Let's play some more Islands of Insight. See if I can figure out where I was. I think I just finished some logic grids that have probably disappeared by now. Because it's been a week. It's not easy, Garrett. It's not easy. There have been times with other games where I have started new runs just to be in the game a little bit more in between streams. But depending on the kind of game, that's like not a good idea. So, because like I don't want to run into anything new when I'm not on stream, and that is admittedly really difficult to pace myself. On the other hand, I do have a tendency to like binge games and burn out, so it's probably for the best that I can manage to keep myself, you know, separated from games for a period of time in order to, what is this? Quest for Perfection. Oh my god. Alright, that's cool. And scary. This is rings. I know how rings work. Rings over there, huh? Jump off the pole. Oh my god. Through here? Am I okay with this? How do I feel about this? Apparently I'm in the middle of a 5 flow orbs course luminous quest. Should I try and go do that? Should I just hang out? We're just gonna hang out here. We're just gonna do whatever it is we're doing over here. Things are happening over here. I'm gonna do the things as long as I am here to do things. Did this get resolved? Did I already? Oh, I already solved this. Sweet. I guess things haven't reset since the last time I played. When do puzzles in the world reset? Oh, I have a reward. Give me the reward. Hazel Circles of Infinity. At some point, I'm gonna have to look at my my cosmetics and see what I've picked up, because I feel like I've picked up a decent chunk of cosmetics at this point. Verdant Glen Quest for Perfection. Oh, I've already done it. I've already done it. I'm a genius. All the time? Oh, really? Oh. Oh. Ooh, it's by category. Oh, that's fascinating. I sincerely thought it was like, you know, like a, like a weekly downtime thing. Like, you know, at a specific time on, I don't know, Tuesday night or whatever, the whole world rotates. But that's, they just swap out like whenever? That's so weird. What a strange system. Maybe it does it that way because it's offline mode. Which squirrels are we chasing? We haven't found any squirrels yet. Although we might be about to find a squirrel. Yeah, because this is like a bunch of solved stuff all around me, which is interesting. Like, this was the thing that we went, you know, an hour over time last stream. Did it the same way online too? Okay. Oh, look, it's a thing. Hello, hidden thing. You found. Oh, I should spend my upgrade points, maybe? There is nothing I want to spend my upgrade points on. That's cool. What am I waiting for, actually, at this point? Should I get this just for the quality of life? Using flood paint to darken a dark tile or lighten a light tile, now apply that color to every gray tile in the entire grid. I don't know that that's a thing I'm going to use at this point, but maybe. I could save up for the hidden pentad shrinking bubble. I'm at level 25? Wow. We've made some real progress here. Handful of puzzles are fully static. That 4-star was one of them. Okay. I guess the Skydrop combo business is something that I want. Like, I probably want to get... Yeah, I think the only thing left that actually gets me more sparks and mastery is this Shifting Mosaic rewards. And also dual Luminous quests. Okay, so we need to have this unlocked by 27. So let's go in that direction. Oh, where is the map warp? Warp beacon is over here after level 35. Those jerks. Well, I'm never using multiple map markers, and I'm maybe ever using speedier rolling blocks. But dual luminous quest sounds like a good time once I can get there. And then there's all of this stuff that I haven't clicked in forever. Ocean Awakening. Sunset Dawn's Solstice. Ocean Grasp of Awakening. A Prismatic Trail. Sparks! Lore Fragment? Which lore fragment did I just unlock? I guess I have to go to the encyclopedia and look at lore fragments. Silent Wonder 4, maybe? At some point, I'm going to have to come back to lore fragments and actually look at stuff in order. So many thousands of puzzles, it will be away in the future, slowly dry up near the end as I get to that point. Yeah, that makes sense. When the living world was still young, I hid in the knot of a mountain and rested my cheek against the cooling rock. I ran circles around the world, chasing the horizon, but never reaching it. Well, I'm glad the Auroral was having a good time at the start of the world. Oh, then it shows me which one I got. Okay. So there's still 3 puzzle types that I haven't unlocked here, which is fascinating. At least one of them is probably that fractal this thing, shifting mosaic. And then there's 2 more that I have no idea what they are. I don't know that we've unlocked music grids, but we sure have done some music grids. I think we unlocked phasic dials. Alright, well, if I've done everything here, then good for me. I guess I'll go check out this rings course, and then maybe try and get some flow orbs to resolve the luminous quest that I am currently on. Touch the ground! Oh, no. I don't know where the next ring is. Where the hell? Oh, there it is. Okay, great. We'll try that again. Verdant Glen movement. Cool. Oh. It's a guy. He's supposed to be leading me up here? That's cool. Thank you. I feel like I flew past something that was interesting to me in some way. Ah, that was it. This is what I saw over here. I saw something hidden in the corner. I was like, ooh, what's the thing hidden in the corner? And it's exactly what you'd expect. It is the thing that is always hidden in the corner. It is a matchbox. Florbs. I am a fan of florbs. Well, this looks like I know what that is. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll follow another little guy. Where's the little guy going? Hey, little guy. Oh, we're going up. Oh, rude. Yeah, it's definitely not staying there long enough. Oh. It went up and then back down? Wow, what a jerk. Enjoyed when I asked the hint stones at the start of the game and they refused to give me a hint. Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly what happened in that situation, but that sounds like a thing that would happen. Especially given how much I hate hints usually. Oh, hello. Oh, hello, new friend. Let's play. Oh, it's not stars. Still, this should be fun. Don't make this pattern or this pattern. All right, so we got to do this first. Oh, this first off. And then connect all dark cells and all light cells. Interesting. Interesting. So I can't put a dark here because that'll be 4 darks in a row because the dark has to connect. So this has to be light, so this has to be dark. These 3 have to be dark, this has to be light. And since dark cells need to connect, it needs to escape. And escape. And light cells need to connect also, so light cells escape also. Now what? Now that needs to be light. And that needs to be light. Great. Now that needs to be dark. Unclear if this needs to be light. But this needs to be light because we can't do 4 dark in a row. So that's cool. Some number of these 2 need to be light, but no more than one of these can be light. The other one would need to be dark. I can make 4 light in a row if I am so inclined. I looked at a Skydrops hint and it said some things you have to work out for yourself. Oh yeah, I bet I was peeved at that. That makes a lot of sense. Like, all of these other things, these all make sense. What is this one? I don't know. Figure it out. Like, okay, thanks, Hintstone, for telling me things I already know and refusing to tell me anything I don't know. That's just how Hintstones work, I guess. Okay, so it feels like I ought to know what we're doing from here, right? Like, ought to be able to figure out from here what the next step is. These can't both be light. One of them needs to be dark. And if one of them needs to be dark, they both need to be dark? Or at least this one needs to be dark? Like, if this is dark and this is light, what happens? If this is dark and this is light, then dark has to come around like this. Light goes through here. And then for this dark to connect to this dark would mean trapping this light. So there can't be dark on this side. I think that is unrelated to my current hypothetical, though. If this is dark here, then light needs to come around here. And we can connect light here, and then dark connects here, and that's legal? That seems legal. Right? We could make, like, these all dark, and then these can be light, and that seems legal? That seems legal. That seems like an actual solution. Have I already reached the point where I have to draw the rest of the L? This doesn't necessarily need to escape, because this could be just dark here, and then this could be light out to the rest of the world. These can't both be dark, but I already knew that, because that would trap one of these lights out here. So light needs to come out around the edge here in some way. But these can't all be light. Okay, so I think this is where I have to start, right? At least one of these must be dark. Can they both be dark? No, because this would be trapped. And this can't be dark alone, right? It can't be dark light. Because then you have dark coming out around this side, and that would need to sync up with either one of these darks. I guess it syncs up here? No, these 2 aren't connected. Yeah, it would have to sync up with both of these darks, actually, which would trap these lights. So this has to be dark, and this has to be light. Great. Great. Good start. Good start. This has to connect with this in some way, so at least one of these 2 needs to be dark. Could be both. There's actually nothing stopping both of them from being dark. I can make dark squares, even though I can't make light squares. Actually, I think this can't be light. If this is light, then this would have to be dark. and they would need to sync up through here. So this needs to be dark. And now these two need to connect, and the only way to do that is through here, and then this goes here. Great. Okay. All right, I did it. I did it. I'm proud of me. We could do this, I guess. Ooh, it's high. It's so big. Where am I going? I wanna know the path before I go in, which is probably not super doable. Oh, super jump. Yeah, super jump exists. You're right. Thank you. God damn it. Thank you for reminding me that super jump exists. Okay. So we're trying to get to the upper right corner here. And it looks like that is done from here. And that's a wall. So it's done from below there. So that same spot in the 3rd floor. That same spot in the 3rd floor. Ooh. Unless I'm supposed to do it from here and, like, go over that wall into there? Oh, that's a thought. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure that that is open. It might be. It's a little hard to say. But it also seems like I could get there from here by going over this wall. Unless that doesn't work. Alright, so I guess we don't know and I have to just go in and try it. Alright, let's just go in and try it. I screwed this up immensely. Am I full on trapped down here? Oh no. Yup. Alright. We made a mistake. A mistake was made. I just made the same mistake. Oh, no. Now it's it. Okay, no. This is what I was looking for. Ah! Oh, all the way around. Sneaky. Huh. Very sneaky. All right, there was another one up here. Let's do the other one up here. Maybe we'll be better at this one. Maybe. Unlikely. But it's within the realm of possibility that we could be better at this one. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hang on. Things are... There we go. Alright, so... Now we have to potentially try and figure this out and probably fail again. Probably also fail, but... At least an attempt will have been made. Yeah, that looks sealed off from that side. I think it's also sealed off from this side, so we have to come in from that side, it sounds like. There is no that side to come in from. So around here, from there, from there. How do we get to there? We're on the first floor. That's second floor? How many floors does this have? Yeah, I think it's third, second, first floor. Okay. So, third floor, second floor here. So how do we get up to here in the second floor? Unclear. All right, but I have a little bit of direction. What? This doesn't go anywhere? Oh my god, I've been lied to. For some value of lied to. I was not lied to. I was just misinformed. The only lies were the ones I told myself. I hate these stupid mazes. I hate these stupid mazes. I'm so bad at these mazes. Oh, okay, okay. Maybe I'll find some hidden pentads and that'll work out better. Hey, look, it's a thingy. Are there more thingies? We gotta go all the way around the edge here. First we gotta edge all the thingies. That's a turn of a phrase I regret already, just immediately. Oh, a puzzle. You will never try to dissuade me from trying to scout out a maze path? Yeah, it turns out it doesn't really make a difference, does it? Whatever knowledge I bring in with me into that maze, it is not actually going to matter. That was pretty good. Alright, where was that logic thing here? Yeah! Alright, you, get solved, buddy. Connect all light cells. All dark regions have area 4. Whoa. That is specific, and I love it. Okay, for this dark region to have area 4, this exactly, and then and then everything else around it needs to be light. There's also this exactly, and then everything touching it needs to be light. Everywhere the light touches is light. These need to escape. For this to have area 4, it can't be either of these, so it needs to be exactly that. This is in also the same boat. This needs any 2 of these, not including this one. Like, this needs to be separate. So I think this needs... for this to have area 4, including the ones, it would... Oh, no, it could go up like this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. But then this would need to be light, and that would be trapped. So yeah, it needs to be this exactly. Separated by light. The light needs to touch, and that gets area 4. Nice. Nice. Logic grids. That's what I'm here for. Give me the good stuff. Also, there's sky drops. That is a shape. Stars! Gimme. I want it. Oh my. Connect all dark cells, exactly 1 symbol per light area. Okay, here we go. This is big. We'll start off by separating out all the ones. That seems to be a decent way to begin. It's giving me all these satisfying dings. Oh, I love it. Give me more satisfying dings, please. I am entirely here for the satisfying dings. Okay, everything needs to be separated. That's also a thing that is true about this. Now that we have some oh, nope, there we go. Now that we have some informed separation, oh, nope, there we go. Now that we have some informed separation, we can start working on how these progress out, right? Like this needs to progress out this way, this needs to progress out that way, and be separated, and be separated. This needs to progress out this way and be separated, so progress. And then we can't make squares. Can't make a 2x2 dark square. This needs to come out here, here. One of these two, but not both. So that means that needs to be dark. All dark needs to be connected? All dark needs to be connected. Okay, so escape, escape. 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 Don't touch. No touchy. No touchy. That's still so funny to me. So amusing. I am so amused. Alright, this needs to go out here. And then, I like how there's 4s over here, and 5s and 6s and 7s. Like, they have them segregated into their own areas. That's also amusing to me. That is a thing I find amusing. Okay, so that's there. Which means this is light. Neat. This is all blocked off. So there. Yeah, okay. Okay, alright, cool. Cool, making it happen. Worry about the rest of this later. I suppose I could worry about the rest of this now. Literally nothing is stopping me from worrying about the rest of this now. This still needs to come out here. This needs... this can't connect to both of these. So the only legal setup is these 4 here. That is alone. Cannot be alone. That needs to be light. Who's the rat? I was the rat. I was the rat in a cage. A glass cage. Made of my own lies and illusions. I was hoist upon my own petard. Presumably. I'm still not sure what a petard is, but I was probably hoist on it. Exactly 1 symbol per light area. So this needs to be collected to a symbol. And there is exactly 1 symbol to connect to. This needs to be light, because I can't make squares. Light, because I can't make squares. Also light, because the 4 needs to be a 4. Alright. Alright. Making some real progress here. Progress is being made. I love progress. This can't be light. This can't be light. This can be light. This has to be light. So that's cool. This has to be dark. And maybe we come back to the 4s later. All right, let's do 5s. So kind of the same start here. The dark needs to escape because the dark needs to connect. Dark needs to escape. So continue the chain of dark and light alternately escaping. This needs to be dark because this 5 needs to go to one of these 2, but exactly, and that's frozen there. This 5 also, one of these two exactly, so that's frozen off there. This needs to connect to a 5 of some kind, and it can't be this one. So this needs to connect here. And reasonable likelihood that it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we don't have any guarantees there. I have an explosive. Oh, did I say the words C and 4 together? Implying that I had some kind of shaped charge available to me? This needs to escape to here, so we have that 5 locked in. That's great. That's good news. This needs to escape to here, so we have that one locked in. That's great. That's good news. This now needs to escape. Okay, so this is definitionally that. And then... And that one. This needs to be light. Because it can't make a square. Which means this has to connect there. A petard is one of several variations upon an explosive? Really? So being hoist on your own petard means stepping on your own landmine? That's the kind of hoist that they're talking about? Is being exploded into the air? Dramatic. I was unaware. Oh, you learn new things every day. Regardless of whether this is light or not, this must be light. Which means this has to connect that way. This actually needs to escape, so that has to be there. So this has to be one of these two. Certainly not both. This connects here. This doesn't connect yet, but one of these two needs to be dark. And then this is sort of the greater mass of darkness that needs to connect to all of the other darkness at some point in the future. All right. I guess this is also a thing that I come back to as I have worked out few other parts of the puzzle. No, I can continue to do some additional work here. Like, this 5 has these 4 available to it, so this must be light and must be connected to that 5. Because it can't go down to here. Yeah, must be connected. This is taking one of these two, but not both. It could be light and then dark here. Or it could be light here and then dark here, and then both of these could be light for this 5. But one of these two needs to be light also. Well, that's a future problem, I think. Yeah, that's a future problem. All right, let's do the same thing now, that same start with the 4 and the 5. Let's do that with a 6. So, escape. 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 That looks like escape to me. Good start. Good start. Good start. Now what? Now what? Wow, this was a lot easier with the 5s when I only had to make 5 instead of 6s. I want to be able to zoom in. It's a little wild that they don't let you zoom. This needs to escape. Okay, cool. So that gives me a little bit more direction with all of these. Great. Great. Good and great. Great and good. But still doesn't really solve anything. It gets me that. Since this is 5. That's still not quite enough to get me anywhere else. Is it? Hold. Consider. Cogitate. Cogitate? Who says that? I don't actually have anything else that I feel like I could do with the 7s either. Oh no, this needs to be not connected. So I immediately have at least one other thing I can do with the 7s. All right, and then that. And then these can't touch. And then this escapes. All right, a little bit more done here. This needs 4 more. And if this is light, it connects to that 7, so this can't escape. So this needs to be dark, which means this needs to go out this way. This needs to escape that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 they can't touch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 can't touch. Oh, which means this has to be the 7th. Which means this has to escape this way. Which means escape, can't touch, escape, escape. Oh, this needs to escape now. Great. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So one of these 2, so that's dark. Good, good. It's all coming together. This needs to escape here. That needs to escape there. This escapes there. This escapes here then. Which means this escapes. Oh, and this separates. Escape. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bong. Ah! 4! We did it! And then this can't be light. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this could be anything. But this still needs to escape is the thing. So this needs to be exactly these 2. Is this trapped in here? This section is trapped in here. Fantastic work. Wonderful job, everybody. Escape. More escaping. Continue to escape. Continue to escape? Continue to escape. Continue to escape. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Continue to escape. I love it. Oh, this needs to be light. Because squares. We all know how I feel about squares at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seal that off. This needs to be dark. These need to escape. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seal that off. Escape. And it touches. Hooray. The smaller darkness has touched the greater darkness. What a good day for darkness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Escape. Which means 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seal. Dark. Looking good. Looking good. Is this otherwise sealed off? That doesn't connect. That doesn't connect. That doesn't connect. So this needs to be dark. Very cool. Very cool. Super cool. Now we're into the hard stuff. This needs to be light, which means this needs to touch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this needs to be light and part of that, which means they can't touch. This needs to connect there. This can't be dark. No squares. Now this needs to connect that way, so this has to be like this. This is guaranteed to go out this way in some manner, including that, specifically. Is this otherwise sealed off here? This is still otherwise sealed off, so we need to connect there. 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Progress being made. Looking good. Looking good. Where is my next... What is my next step? What is the next thing we're doing here? One of these 2 needs to be light, and they can't both be light. And they can't both be dark. And if it's light, dark, this light has nothing to connect to. So we're going to do light, dark. This is unconclusive. This is unconclusive. This is a little unconclusive. What can we conclude, then? What can be concluded? This needs to go out here. This is actually, like, this whole big darkness mass here. This is sealed off. You can kind of trace the pattern of the white here so you can see it. From here, yeah. So everything, like, from here down, this whole mess is one big dark thing, and it needs to escape up. So that's guaranteed. This needs to escape this way. Oh, man, this makes things so much easier. Wow. Flood, whatever that is real powerful. Let's see. So this 5 means that this is necessarily dark, because only one of these two is light. And that means this is necessarily light, which means this is light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice! God, that rush of dopamine. This is better than other things that are also addictive. Don't do drugs, kids. Okay. Where does this take me? Oh boy. This took me into... Am I in Autumn Falls here? Is this Autumn Falls? I appear to be in Autumn Falls. All right, where's the pearl? There's the pearl. Let's go wake up Autumn Falls. That sounds like a good time. All dark regions have area 2. Oh. Well, these need to be sealed off from each other. Which means this is light and this is light. Which means these need to be sealed off from each other. Which means this is resolved. And this is resolved. And these need to be sealed off. This needs to be sealed off, which means area 2. Which means that and that. Oh, it makes a pattern. Aww. We're going... Hello? Complete Limber Cascades in Serene Deluge. Where the hell is Serene Deluge? Area 5? I have the Mirabilis. I need to complete Shady Wildwood Enclaves. Oh my god, I got so much more work to do before I can turn that on. I didn't think it was going to be so difficult to turn a puzzle on, but yet, here we are. Unless I can sequence break it. Which enclave do you think is the enclave that does the thing? One of these 4. 3? One of these? Wonder if I can get there from here. The Archipelago of Curiosities. Oh my god, how do I get here? It is apparently part of Lucent Waters. I have to complete Serene Deluge before I can get there. Almost assuredly. I must complete Serene Deluge before I can get there. Well... Oh no, here it is. This is the Archipelago of Curiosities, which also requires the completion of Serene Deluge. Deluge? Upon which syllable is the accent placed? I like deluge, but I'm not sure that it's right. In fact, the more that I say it, the more sure I am that it's not right. Alright, well, we're gonna find out. I've got Google for a reason. Deluge meaning. There we go.
Deluge.
I was not expecting something different from both of the things that I said. There's a Y in there? Why is there a Y in there? Am I being pranked? Is this a jape?
Deluge.
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 I'm not okay with this. This is the worst. Yeah, but amuse is a lot easier to put together. I know it's not amuse. It doesn't need to be amuse. It's amuse. The same way that muse is muse. But like, I just wasn't expecting it from deluge.
Deluge.
Deluge. Wow. Okay, so wrong on both counts. And we've learned something today. Today I learned just one of the many services that Jim the Eternal provides at twitch.tv/Jim the Eternal. Cool. All right, so I can't do either of these things. And I still don't know what a monolith is. You know, there's actually like a lot of different things that I could do for the purposes of progression as soon as I learn what progression is. All right, so I don't think I can actually sequence break to these based on the information I currently possess. However, that's not going to stop me from trying. Makes you excited about the points when I actually progress and discover things? Yeah, that's totally fair. Like, I can make it to that part of the map, but I can't awaken anything. Oh my god, this stuff is actually just sealed off? The autumn one wasn't sealed off like that. Autumn Falls. Yeah, this one I was able to sequence break to. But that might, like... that might be deliberate that it is set up that you can sequence break to. Like, it gives you that message, right? You know, I got the clever seeker message, which was kind of cool. Archipelago of Curiosities, which is in theory part of Lucent Waters. But yeah, can't get there until after I have completed Serene Deluge. And then the Flame of Enlightenment also. Lucent Waters also has a quest for perfection. I don't even remember what the quest for perfection was out here, but I did it, apparently. I guess I'm proud of myself for that. Off by one. Match 3 speed challenge? No, thank you. I think I will not be completing the match 3 speed challenge. Archipelago of Curiosity was added after you did your first stint of the game. You only discovered it a few weeks ago. Oh, that's kind of cool. Alright, yeah, I can make it out to, like, this part of this enclave. But I don't think I can actually make it out to one of these enclaves without... oh, what is that giant box? Fascinating. Get closer. The Flame of Enlightenment. Yeah, okay, it won't let me in. Wow. Yeah, that is hardcore sealed off. Okay. Oops. Bye. Well, is there anywhere else I can go for height to try and cheese my way past these requirements? In order to unlock a puzzle ahead of time? Yo, that's a pattern. Can I do that from here? I had once again completely forgotten that Super Jump exists. Thank you for the reminder. The real question is, what are the odds that I can get high enough off of a Super Jump in order to make it to one of these enclaves? In order to just fly my way towards someplace new. Also, what there are like sky islands here. That's Oh, it's not letting me super jump. Oh no, it is letting me super jump. That's good. Is this gonna work? Heck yeah. Why is it weird? It's so weird. It's just weird looking. It doesn't actually prevent me from getting in here. Huh. Huh. Alright, well, this will get me pretty high up in the other enclave. It actually looks like I can get higher from over there. So maybe we'll just go over there and super jump up. And then see if I can sequence break my way to an enclave. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'll be honest with you. I do not know why I'm doing this. I am aware that I am doing this, but I am not exactly sure why I'm doing this. Like, there are enclaves that I could just go to right now. There are definitely places that I can go that I am supposed to go to and will also do progression-related things. Trans-universal proverb. The mountain of understanding has no summit. You say so. Powerless to stop myself. That is a pretty accurate way of putting that phrase together. I agree. Complete vanishing point to awaken this. What if we go up first? Hey, look, it's rolling blocks. Do I want to try a rolling block? Ah. There we go. Got him. Get rolled. You know what? As long as I'm here. Nope. Yet another puzzle type that I haven't unlocked. Vaulted Heights in Serene Deluge. Alright, so we've now seen, presumably, all 3 of the puzzle types that I have yet to unlock. Assuming exactly 3 puzzle types is what I have yet to unlock. Yo. Get shot. Pachoom. Wait, Pachoom? Pachoom? It's right there. I can see it. I can see it. There it is. Pachoom! Yeah, alright. I have not done an Armillary Rings yet today, so that's good. That feels good. I can't do that. That's not real yet. Being guilt-tripped into progression. Accurate. Accurate. Oh, man. It's lore. They got lore up there. All right, here we go. Hello, lore. Voyan the Traveler. Voyan, sure. Eyes on the cusp of blinking, lips on the verge of speech, yet locked in stone. From here, I see farther than I ever have before, and I faced my most challenging path ahead. May I find my way to the correct decision before the gathering of minds. All right. Moment of truth. Am I prevented from doing the thing? Or am I going to get another clever seeker out of this? No! No! Why did I not get that error on the other one? Wow. This is an incredibly unnecessary matchbox. Holy. Are you kidding me? The green one for this could be anywhere in the entire enclave? Like the whole region? I guess it's not enclaves. I don't know what these things are called. Areas, presumably. At least there's no stamina wheel. It's true. It's true. There is that. What is that marker? Yeah, okay. So these enclaves aren't sealed off, even though the area isn't awakened. These are. There's like actual shields to prevent you from getting there. Whereas this, assuming you can get there, you can just get there. There's no barrier. Or at least no visible barrier. Okay. Is this higher than this? That's not helpful. It's pretty unnecessary, in fact. Oh, much higher. Okay. Not that that's necessarily a stumbling block, given the power of Super Jump. Super Jump is a pretty big deal. And I'm definitely going to remember that Super Jump exists in the near future. But also there's, like, still a lot of stuff in Verdant Glen to just go and do. There's so much stuff to go and do. I think unlocking puzzles should probably take some kind of priority, though. Being able to do a puzzle type seems like a big deal. So I guess let's stop hecking around with sequence breaking and actually go unlock some puzzle types. Although several of them appear to be this 5th region alone? I'm just bummed that the thing that worked previously to sequence break does not work in this area because they disallow it in a way that they didn't previously. That's the thing that bugs me. It's definitely going to be just easier to teleport from how far away I am right now. Oh god, what did I do? I right-clicked too many times. Did I eliminate the map marker? For the pearl? I might have just eliminated the map marker for the pearl. What did I do? Disaster. I didn't know that was possible. I mean, I can see the pearl on the map, so it's not like that hard. But like, why? You know? Why? Okay, so the map marker's still here. At least that. Is that flow orbs? No. That's a series of logic puzzles I've already solved. I do need to go do flow orbs at some point. I do need to find some flow orbs to do. 5. It's not 5 stars. That's just 5 dots, I think. But we'll just go here and... Oh, hello, hidden gate that I've already resolved ages ago. Alright. Get opened. The Cliff and the Void. I've entered the phase in the melody already. I don't know why it's asking me to do that again. Probably because sequence breaking is frowned upon. And I need to collect... I need to complete enclaves and... Not and. I have 59 Mirabilis already. That is not out of my reach. It says locked. And yet... So this will awaken phasic dials. Dyads in the mist won't awaken anything. Ooh, I need an extra Mirabilis in order to get Eye of the Needle. Interesting. It requires Armillary Ring's mastery level. That's neat. The entrance is still locked. Okay, I agree with that statement. I agree that the entrance is locked. This will awaken a new logic grid, though. We're going here first. This is 100% where we're going. A kind of logic grid I am currently unfamiliar with? Absolutely, that is where we're going first. I don't care that it is not on the progression chain. This is the highest possible priority. Also, maybe I cancel this one? Yes, reset its progress. I haven't made any progress on it anyway. Oh, but then it's replaced. Interesting. Armillary Rings and Skydrops? That sounds great. I could do that. Probably. Light motifs? What in the balls is a light motif? Is that a thing that I know about? Oh. Okay, thank you. It is not a thing I know about. Oh, no, it is a thing I know about. In fact, I've even done some of them. What kind of puzzle is a leitmotif? Oh, is that the one that's like, find out in the world? Puzzle types. Leitmotif. Yes. Okay. All right. I do know what a leitmotif is. Oh, yo, I'm a practitioner of Armillary Rings these days. I think that means that all of... Nope, I'm a student of Sentinel Stones. There we go. I was going to say, I think that means that all of my, my alliterative titles had disappeared. But, thank heavens, I can be a student of Sentinel Stones. Or an adept of logic grid. I mean, that's probably a thing we want to be at some point. How high does this go? Mastery. Currently an adept. That is the highest I have of any of them. But I don't know how high they go. Well, maybe someday I'll find out. Alright. What did I do? I committed to doing some armillary rings and skydrops. Alright. Let's do that before we unlock the new logic grid. He said. Immediately shying away from the progression he had promised to do. Hey, look, it's flow orbs. Here. God, please. Pachoom! And you... Oh, this is easy? No. Oh, no, there it is. Pachoom! Got him. Hey, look, a hidden thing. Get spotted, idiot. Some of these sky drops are just begging. There we go. Begging to be resolved. Oh, that's a hidden thing. Get also spotted? Oh, I heard a thing. Whatever. I'm gonna do this first. So many of these. Get out of here, man. Alright, where was the hidden thing? Right here. And then also here? No? This one I found, right? This one has already been found? You idiots, though. Oh, it's already solved. Well, then. There's so many sky drops to do. Like, I see the way that these line up over here. Yeah. It's an armor Larry's. Pachoom! Hello? Ah. Here? Sure, we'll take that. These are suspicious. But maybe it's from here. Indeed it is. And look at this place. Covered in garbage. Also, this thing is unopened? No, it's opened. What is it? Oh, it's the pattern! Okay. I can pretend that this is a real pattern. That goes out there, that goes out there, and then here, 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 and here? Oh, I don't have the thing unlocked yet. Yeah, it was an easy one. I think I fell down here because I saw armillary rings. And then also there's like a million sky drops everywhere. Hoisted once again. It's true. I'm feeling pretty hoisted right now. All right, where is there a small circle that I can chase? You seem like you're a relevant part of something. Aha! Hello? There it is. Oh, hidden guy. Nope. Other hidden guy. These hidden guys are everywhere. You're already solved. I want to go talk to the... We found it. We found the mythical 5-star logic grid. Are you ready? I think we're going to be looking at this one for like an hour and a half. If previous experience holds true, we are in for a wild ride. Am I ready? I have never been more ready. I was born ready. Come at me, bro. Eh? Letters must be sorted into one type per area. That's the only information we have. Is letters need to touch. Okay. These separate. What a great start. I already hate this. I already hate this. Regret. I was not born ready. I was born unready. And nothing has changed that in the many years that I have lived up until now. Alright. These C's cannot just touch directly. They have to go around the B. Because if they seal off here, the only opening to get through around the C's is here, and only one thing can get through there. So the C's have to go around B. Which means A is going out this way. Yeah, B is all the way out here. This is the real trick here. This is how we figure out what's going on. F is here. A is here. Okay. So if A touches here, then H has to go through there. H would have to go around F still. Yeah, F and G here is rough. So maybe H goes above them? And then E goes around both of those? And A. How am I getting A? A and B. A and B cross. So either B goes around A, or A goes around B. Oh my gosh. Can A reasonably go around B? And still leave an opening for the others to connect? E definitely can't just go all the way across, so E has to go around in some way. Can I just commit to D here? I'm just going to commit to D here. There is room here for two things to go around this side. H is all the way over here. H, E, F and G. For H and E to both go above F and G, there's only room for one thing to go below F, and it can't go below G. So if something is going below F, oh, it might be G, actually. It might be F here, and then G around it, and then A has to go above those in order to connect to A. Oh, that's a lot. All right, so where do I start this? Other than the thing I've already done. Where else do I start this? All right, do we think this is A and B here? And then there's two paths here for H and E? Above F and G? I'm wondering about this area below F. Because it can't be A going through there. Right? That would just run it afoul of G. It could be B going through there, and then G goes around B? Oh, that actually makes sense. If B goes all the way around, and then G goes around B, that would make sense. It's not conclusive. This was pretty conclusive to me. This felt like I could just do it. But this isn't conclusive yet. Let's see. If G goes around B like that, we have F connecting here. We have B going around like that to get to B. That means E and H need to go above to get to E and H. And A still needs to get to A. Okay, if E goes above to get to E, A is locked out. Because again, there's only one path here. And that has to be either B or A. It can't be both. E cannot just connect to E. E has to do some around thing. So does this hold if E goes down and around A to connect to E? So that A has a path up and B is still going around? H can still go up and above. F would have to be here. G still goes around B. And then there's this path here, which is like a little weird. There's a lot of openings here. There's room for one other thing to join A and going around D around the right side. It's not going to be B, because if B goes around this side, that cuts off everything. Right? You can't have two things coming around H here. Yeah, this is feeling pretty close. Like, it's not a guarantee, but it's feeling right that B goes around G around this side. G goes around B that way. F goes through here. E then has to dip under H and A to get to E. Oh, and then H can go around here and A can go all the way around H. That seems like it works. Is there room for that? I feel like there's room for that. But yeah, none of this is conclusive, and I want this to be conclusive, and I still don't know. I'm still not good at concepting this part in terms of logical musts or must nots. This is one of those puzzles where I feel like I intuit the answers more than I I get to the answer from first principles, and it bugs me that that's how I deal with these puzzles. All right. How many paths are there in any individual place, right? To the right of H, there's one path. Between H and D, there's two paths. Between G and H here, there's three paths. All right. If G connects to G directly, right, around this side of B, that leaves two paths to pass G, where three things need to get there, B, E, and H. So that the G can't connect directly like that. G needs to go around at least one of them such that there is room for two things to get through. The most likely is B. If G were going around E, that would leave 1, 2, 3, 4 paths between G here for E, H, A. Oh, but then F still needs to get to F, right? So F would need to also go around that way, which means it doesn't work. Yeah, plus the path above D. That's true. That's true. There is the path above D. But that's also restricted, right? Because there's only the one path behind H. So if it's like H and E, like H coming through here and then this going around D in order to get to E, that kind of works, but that blocks off A. Then A needs to go around E the other way. And then B is completely trapped, which is not okay. Yeah, in fact, E can't connect to E above A. Because then you have both B and A. This is, I think, the next trick. E can't connect to E above A. Because A and B need to get around E. So E needs to go below A. And if E is going below A, then B needs to get around E here. And then E also needs to go below H. Is it the same deal? Yeah, because if E connects directly across, everything needs to get through E. So E can only block off one thing. One thing can go around E. Otherwise, E needs to go around everything else. And the one thing that E can't go around at this point is B. Is that true? I guess E could go around B here. If E goes around B and comes up here, then B comes up here. So we have E to here and B to here, right? They go around G and F. B goes to B. Oh, but H. So B goes around H. E goes this like loop-de-loop thing here. All right, E for sure needs to go around H and A. That is a guarantee. And then above F and G. The question is, does E loop around B, or does B go around the outside edge around E? All right, I am fairly confident at this point about E doing... Cheers, Garrett. About E going this way. Right? Here to here to here. To here, actually. Up and around. Because F needs to go through here. From here, the question is, does E go around B, or does B go around E instead? If E goes around B, right, like this, and then B goes up, then G can connect. All right, you know what we need to do here is take this into Paint. It's finally happening. Oh, geez. Can this view be something that is neither 50 nor 100? Is that legal? Is that allowed? This is good enough. Okay. Where is... Here you go. All right. All right. So, if E... hello, pencil? Thank you. If E goes... Okay, that's... You can do better than that. If E goes like this, right? Then we have A connecting to A and H connecting to H, and these need to cross. So A needs to go around H. And then E goes down to here. F can go to F. G comes out like this. And now there's the question of B has only one way to travel to here. Here. So does G go around B? Or does E go around B? B is coming from here because H and A have this blocked off. So this sounds like E goes to there, G goes around B, and B connects. All right. This works. This works. This is so cool. All right, great, 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 great. Let's do it. All right, Paint go away. Such art. Oh, I know. It's incredible, isn't it? Very proud of this. All right, so we have B going all the way around to here, up through here and connecting to B. Ah, G goes this way. H is going around, around D like this. E is going around both H and A. F just goes to F. Nice. Okay, now I could really use the ability to flood paint the rest of this gray, the rest of the dark squares. But I guess I'll just draw them. Boy, wouldn't quality of life be nice here? Nice. The puzzle will stay part solved if you quit out to unlock the power. Oh, that's cool. Well, that was really cool. And unfortunately, the way that trial and error works with those puzzles, it feels like it makes more sense to... Hello? You. Oh, there's stuff down here. Where do I see that from? Just walked through something that mattered. I didn't walk through anything that mattered. I walked through this idiot. Oh, okay. It kind of matters. Where? Oh, this is a different one. Interesting. So where is the rest of this? Oh, just right here. Literally right here. Okay, great. And then you were hidden. Not very well, but like a little bit. I feel like I saw that one somewhere. Not there. Maybe I saw it in a different zone. That's also plausible. Anyway, I'm still trying to get this other thing done. This thing that got me distracted from progression. Rude! So rude. Oh, there was a thing up here. Is that the one that I was thinking of? If that's the one that I was thinking of, then where's the red one? Also, there's a hidden block on top of it. Also, there's a hidden ring there. My god, there's so many hidden things. What a zone. Why is this so difficult? All right, there we go. Wow, they're really going to town with that high ASCII. All right, Hazy Banker, get banned. Hello? What happened to my ability to ban people? Where? Man, that was so many clicks in order to get that ban. I thought I would just have, like, moderator commands in the chat, but I guess I was wrong. Bot that doesn't know how to avoid Twitch link filtering. True. It is using enough weird ASCII characters to avoid getting keyword banned. So it's at least that smart. Yet another symbol that's different. There's like 18 different symbols on these matchboxes, and none of them match. How dare they? Nope. Not that one. Alright, whatever. Let's solve some more rings. Rings I know how to solve. Maybe. Pachoo! Exciting. Alright, what about you? Do you need to get solved? You look like you are in... You look like you're due for some solving. Here? Pachoo? Yeah! That's what I'm after. Get Pachoomed, idiot. Should go after some more sky drops. And some more rings. I guess if we're really after rings, we could go to the land of the infinite rings. Pachoom. Casual Pachooms. But we do still need enough sky drops. Here? Pachoom? Nice. I wasn't sure if that was going to get hit by one of the purple rings, but it looked like we were safe. Safe from purple rings. Hang on. What's your deal? Reveal to me your secrets. Don't make this pattern or that pattern. Oh. Okay. Huh. So only straight lines. No curves. Right? So these can't both be dark. At least one of these has to be light. Oh. I guess I could just... No, I can't. I can't just do diagonals the whole way through. Because this is offset. Let's see. I could do... No, these are offset in a way that makes that not work. I could do like 4 and then light, and then 4 light and then dark. And then 4 dark and then light, and then 4 light and then dark. No, because this is offset, right? So they need to be 2 apart. And that works. Like these are apart. This is the problem here. This one is offset from this one with 2 spaces instead of the 1 space. So how do I start this? Like these can't both be dark. 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 So some amount of light in here is required. They can't all be light because light thing. I wonder if I can do 2 light or 2 dark, light, 2 dark, and then 2 light, dark, 2 light, and skip the whole way through there. No, it would have to be light, dark, light. Yeah, actually, can I just do that the whole way through? Like 2 dark, light, and then swap? And then like 2 light, dark, light, dark? Is there anything preventing me from doing that? Because that looks like it lines up here. And then everything will be offset by a diagonal. All right, I think that works. Nice. There's actually, this one, it feels like there's probably other ways to do that same thing. Like some sort of offset grid pattern like this. Like there might have been another way to do that exact thing that just looked a little bit different and was otherwise the same. Man, this zone is so full of hidden stuff. And matchboxes. Not playing with you. Oh, okay, sure. Play with you though. Nope, you're red. Matchboxes. Man, Matchbox is the worst. Pachoo! Oh, Pachoom! I love armillary rings. Just unreasonably. That's such a good time. Hi. But also, let's leave no logic box unsolved. Get opened logic box. Alright, all the C's need to be together. All the D's need to be together. I feel like I've solved this one already. There's a ring of A's here. And then C's can go around and connect here. And then B can be here, and D can go through there. Easy. Probably. Probably easy. D can't go straight up here, though. D needs to go around a little bit. Because of the C connection, you see. That needs to go there. So D needs to come up like that. These C's either need to come up through here or here. Given that this is already sealed off, the B's might as well touch here. There's nothing preventing them from doing that, I don't think. Oh, but this can't touch there, right? B now can't go through here, though. Right? B can't separate these two C's. It can go around if it needs to, but there's not a lot of reason for that. How is this a 2-dot? Man, all of these, like, letter puzzles rely on a different kind of problem solving than I find comfortable, so I keep doing them intuitively instead of logically. And, like, it kind of works. But it's not the way I want to be solving these puzzles. It's just the way I'm capable of solving these puzzles. All right, D is here. D needs to go through here. There's no other way for it to get through. That is necessary. Which means A has to go around like that. A has to go through there. Which means D has to go through there and get sealed off. These connect. That has to get sealed off. B now has to go through here. C now has to go through here. C has to come around. A still needs to get to A. And now I can draw the rest of the owl. Great. Alright, let's immediately compound my errors by going into another similar puzzle that is harder. Oh, no, it's numbers. I love numbers. I love numbers way more than I love letters. Alright, let's get y'all disconnected from each other. And I cannot make 4 light in a row. Interesting. These need to be separated from each other. This goes either here or here, so this needs to be sealed, which means that comes out there, which means these two connect, which is great. I love that for them. This could go to here, and then the 2 would go up. What else do I need to do to prevent from making 4 in a row? These can't touch. That goes there. That seals off. What else? What else? One of these two has to be dark. No guarantee which one. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cannot be 10. But also it could go down 1 here. It can only go down 1 here. So if we have 7 here, it needs at minimum these 3. It makes sense to me that these 3 would be connected, but it is not required. It is also not required that they be separated. Alright, so the 10 either has this or this as its last remaining dot. And by dot, I mean cell, I guess? I'm going to be using confusing terminology interchangeably, so just be ready for that. You know, just be prepared. This 5 cannot do anything but connect to this 5. One of these 2 finishes it, so this needs to be sealed. This can use this, but then we'll need at least these 2 in order to get 4, which means it has to be sealed off like this. That has to connect. That has to be sealed. That has to connect. These now have to be sealed. So this has to be the last one for 10. Great. Great. Hey, Vera, how's it going? Cheers. This cannot be light, because this has to go down here. Which means the only ones that are left for the 5 are these 2. Got them. You love logic grids? Me too. Me too. This, in fact, Vera, this stream is for you specifically. This is an intervention. Maybe. I mean, actually, it's more enabling than intervention. Because I'm probably just going to be doing a bunch of logic grids. So while this can be a logic grid support stream, it's mostly in the way of continually presenting you with the problematic behavior instead of helping you cut yourself off from the problematic behavior. What? Don't make 3 dark in a row. Don't make 4... Okay, so this needs to be dark. Which means it needs to be surrounded by light. Which means we need to make dark in the corners. And, in fact, need to make dark here. And we can't make 3 dark in a row. And we can't make light corners. Nailed it. Yeah, I promised some progression that has yet to happen. Pachoom! And then I got distracted by Luminous quests. So everything is a problem. Yo, big numbers. We're going here because I want to be able to pick up 2 Luminous quests at the same time. This is still one of the most important things. I guess I did want to go get Grid Flood Paint too. Quality of life starting to feel pretty relevant. Is this cyberpunk? How are we defining cyberpunk? Because I'm not going to tell you no. I think many things can be cyberpunk if you want them to be. If you were asking, is this cyberpunk the game? It's got a similar upgrade tree. Does that count? Yeah, I'm just gonna grab this before I start second guessing myself again. Skydrops. Let's get Skydrops. You know, I could be doing this while working my way towards progression instead of flouncing around in zones I've already been in. You know, we could be doing that. That would be a great idea. There it is. Could. Man, things that I could be doing include. Hang on, there's armillary rings. Oh, this is a mess. I think this is it. Pachoom! Heck yeah. Boop. God, there's so many rings. Huh. Hidden ring mastery up. You know, that's getting me even closer to that one level. You know what? We're just going to play with this. Complete the pattern. All right, I'm on it. Yeah! Flood 2. What's wrong with the puzzles we have already? Well, you see, there's places with puzzles that we haven't unlocked. Like, I can walk past them and I can see that there's puzzles there. Except I can't do the puzzles. And that, frankly, is an insult that will not be borne. It's not about, you know, anything being wrong with the puzzles we have. It's that we are being denied things. And that's completely unacceptable. What alliterative title would I want for Hidden Rings? What describes a level of mastery that is alliterative with Hidden Rings? What describes a level of mastery that starts with H? I actually can't think of any offhand. How dare they have a mechanism which players are rewarded for backtracking? True. They dare quite a lot in this game. Yeah, I saw something hidden over there. Like, what describes a level of mastery? I actually can't think of any word that starts with H that would match. All dark regions have area 2. Okay, so these need to be separated from each other. Great. All right, all right. Dark regions covered. This needs to not connect there, so that has to connect there. Okay. Okay. So that needs to connect there and can't connect here. If this goes light, light, then this is a dark region of area 1, which is not allowed. So it has to be these two, so like that. And then, can this just connect all the rest of these as light? It has to, actually. Nice. Oh, Lord of the Rings is actually pretty good in a different way. I would accept being Lord of the Hidden Rings. Even though it's not alliterative, that's a pretty good title. Alright, these idiots. Standing around, being in my way. Come on, Skydrops. So much garbage to clean up. Look at all this garbage just cluttering the skies. Completely unacceptable. You, though. Got him? What are my titles, actually? I feel like every once in a while I should just go back and look at the available titles. Practitioner. Huh. The Ring Wrangler. That's pretty good. But yeah, the point of this is I have titles that are available that fit this format, right? Something at or of a various thing, right? Like adept of, practitioner of, intermediate at, student of. So for a while, I was student of Sightseer, which is pretty good. Right now, I am student of Sentinel Stones. But I was hoping to find something alliterative at one of the higher levels. I am very excited to eventually be adept of Armillary Rings. That'll be pretty good. We'll probably stick with that for a while once we get there. Or assuming one of these is eventually master, I am down to be master of Music Grid. Although, if it could be Maestro, that would be even better. I would dearly like to be Maestro of Music Grid. That would be my favorite. Okay, there's a lot of things that unlock like this that you then have to go click on in order to actually unlock them. And they're in so many different places. Like, how do you know where to go click on things so that, like, you can click on them? It's difficult. It's difficult. Right? Like, this is lit up. Is there any indication that there's an unlock waiting for me in Verdant Glen? Not really. But there's an unlock there. And then this also, like, when you level up, there's unlocks, and I have to go remember to come in here whenever I level up. I think there was like 4 or 5 of these waiting for me the last time. Anyway, I'm gonna go click on the thing. Ooh, a miracle square. I love miracle squares. Earned a Mirabilis. Thank you. I think I know where that one is. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe I don't know where anything is. Maybe I am forever lost. Maybe matchboxes just suck. Matchboxes do kind of just suck. Alright, we need 4 more Armillary Rings. Y'all see any unsolved Armillary? Yo, something is yelling at me. Oh, it's this. Okay, that's fine. That's acceptable. Hello? Oh, cute. Oh, well, hello. What are you doing around this corner, little friend? Don't make 3 in a row. Okay, it's a deal. I accept. Now what? Now what? I've done the thing that you've asked. Surely there is more to do here. If this goes here, this needs to not be 3 in a row, which means these can't connect. There we go. Figured it out. Figured out something. It can't be 3 in a row, so that has to seal off. Now what? Now what? Now what? This can't be light, because again, that would make 3 in a row. Right? So the 3s actually can't be directly, like, horizontal or vertical. Like, they can't be, straight? Straight. They can't be straight. 3s can't be straight. You heard it here first. In case you were wondering about 3s out in the wild, none of them are straight. Well, these 3s can't be straight. Other 3s can be straight. It's not up to me to dictate a 3 sexuality. But these 3s specifically can't be straight. The pattern only applies to both colors if it says specifically. That needs to be sealed off. Where else? One of these two, one if not both of these two, need to be light. The 3s can't touch here anyway. It's true. It's true. Enforced celibacy for these 3s. Am I missing something? Am I missing something, like, super obvious about what I can and cannot do? Like, these can't both be dark. That's so bad. Oh, good job, Garrett. Good job. Uh-huh. All right, if this was light, these two would have to be dark. Is that legal? Dark, dark. Dark. Light, light. This has to be dark. That has to be light. Probably. Seems likely. Let's see. This can't be light. Oh, yeah, the two is what gets us moving forward. Yeah, this can't be light here. Which means that, 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 and that. And then one of these two, so that's got to be dark. And it can't be this one, because 3 in a row. Yep. 3 in a row. That's now needs to be sealed off. And then we need to prevent 3s. Nailed it. Cool. Alright, I am looking for... Hello, little Skydrop buddy. You look like you need to... Yeah, there we go. Get resolved. Matchboxes, though. And now we need to find some more armillary rings. I can't Pachum you from here. Yeah, I gotta be on the ground. Nope. Still not a good angle. Oh. Here, though. Nope. There? Pachum! Oh my god. The Skydrop faded into existence as I was watching. Where are Skydrops on this list? perspective. What? Where are skydrops on this list? Are skydrops not on the list? I mean, I know they're procedurally generated. I'm just surprised to find them fading in as I'm watching. I thought there was going to be a timer for them like there is for the other things. Alright, well, whatever. A garbage man's work is never done. I need some more armillary rings. Also, I need to solve this logic grid. Oh, hello. Well, all dark regions have area 4. Fascinating. All right, these need to be separated. These need to be separated. These need to be separated. This needs to be separated. This does not need to be separated, but this does need to be separated. All dark regions have area 4, huh? Fascinating. The list is for all the hand-generated puzzles which can be completed. I see. I see. So the same is true for armillary rings, right? Armillary rings don't have a thing that shows up because they're also procedural. What if this was light? I don't think it is, but what if this was light? Dark? Dark? Yeah, if this was light, this is sealed off. Oh, yeah, okay. Dark regions have to have area 4, so this has to connect here, and then we have to seal it off. And then this is a 4, so that has to be sealed off. And then we have to continue making dark regions to have area 4. Also, this 3 can't connect here, and this can't connect here. So it has to be there, 3, 4, seal it off. This comes out. This is there, seal it off. This has to be 4, that's 4. This has to be 4, that's 4. This has to not connect. This has to be here. And then this needs to be 4. Which means that can't be dark, because then it'd be 5. And that has to be dark. Nice. What was I doing? Armillary rings. You. Don't just stand there. Get solved. Wait, no. Here? Pachoom! That's neat. That's a neat looking pattern. Hello? There we go. I think I saw your counterpart somewhere. Vaguely remember seeing that pattern somewhere. Oh. Monolith fragment. You know, I still haven't done anything with monolith fragments. There remains so much game in this game that I have not engaged with at all. Where? Here. Pachoom! Oh, hi. Accidentally did a big jump. Didn't mean to. Where? You. On the lookout for things that need solving. Awkward? Awkward? Extra awkward? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Fascinating. Okay, so here? This looks like it might do it. Pachoom! Awkward. When it's straight up, it's like so difficult. New upgrade available. Dual Luminous quest. Let's go. Eventually? Let's go eventually? That's a lot of sparks. I don't have that many sparks. Oh. Hello, little buddy. Ah. Got him. What are those? Whoa! Alright, well... Let's be, briefly... Hello? Trick of the Wanderer. I do not actually want to do a full enclave of wandering echoes. Right, I'm gonna unlock it, and we're just never gonna go into it. I don't think that's actually a thing I want to spend time on. Alright, you need to be separated. And now what? Interesting. Okay, so this needs to be light because the 9. And it needs to be odd. So now this... Oh, no, it needs to be... This needs to be light and part of the 8. That's the deal. Okay. So the 8 needs to connect to this square. And needs exactly 3 to get there. And the only way to do that is like this. Separate from the 9. And this is exactly 9. Okay. Yeah, they need to not talk to each other. The 7 needs to not connect to another single light. So that's sealed off, and that's guaranteed turned on. And then this needs 1, 2, 3, disconnect. And this needs another 1, 2, 3, and we're done. Nice. Ooh, these are cool. All right, 13, 6, 7, 10. How many single dots are there? Exactly 2? Exactly 2 single dots? So this is for the 6, and this is for the 10. You can't count that high, my sympathies. I could see how that would be difficult for you. These 2 can't touch, so this has to be light. These 2 can't touch. This has to be light. These 2 can't touch. This has to get 7 somehow. These can't touch, so this has to come up here. These can't touch. This has to come up here. These can't touch. This has to be the 6. 1, 2. How big is this? 9 now. These can't touch. These can't touch. Can't touch. This is already done. This is 11 now, so it needs 1 more. Oh, no. Oh, it can't be this, actually. This has to be the thing for the 10. This has to be dark. This is 8 now. These 2 can't touch. So like that. Nice. Okay. 4, 11, and 7. There is exactly 1 light square. Okay, so the thing that happened to me last time is I missed that there was another empty square as opposed to an empty domino. So this needs to be part of the 11, I think. Yeah, this needs to be part of the 11. And it needs 4 to get there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4 looks like the only way to do it, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. Yeah. So it's got to be these 3, and then one of these 2. So this needs to be sealed off here. That's there. This needs to be sealed off, so that's got to be the 11. Nice. Domino Terrace. I'm doing things. We're getting miracles for it. Give me more miracle squares. Alright, well, as long as we're here, we might as well solve them all, right? Might as well. Once again, only one light square. And it needs to be the 7s. And it needs 2 more, and there's only one way to do that. So that's these 2. Now what? Is this restricted in some way? This needs 3 more. This needs 2 more. Like, I think I see what they have to do. I'm just trying to figure out why they have to do it. Or if there's a way to determine it, rather than trial and erroring it. Alright, if this were part of the 8, these 2 would need to be dark to seal it off from the 6. So this can't be part of the 8. It could still be light. It could still be part of the 6, maybe. Right? If this were part of the 6, one of these is light, the other one isn't. This is sealed off. The 8 would have to go 1, 2, and then one of these 2, which is illegal. So this has to be dark. Looks like one domino next to 6 or 8 has to be dark since they can't touch. Yeah. Like, between these 2, one of them has to be dark. Agreed. Same between these 2, one of them has to be dark. The question is which one? And the way that makes sense is if this one is dark, leaving the 6 to get both of these. And if this one is dark, leaving the 6 to get both of these. Then I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Or then I have whatever I have. I have like more for the 8 to get. But I'm trying to convince myself that that's true for logical reasons. I am trying to work my way into that situation, rather than just assuming it's true and figuring it out from there. And I'm having a hard time figuring out, like, exactly where to kind of jump into that. So this is a 2, right? It shouldn't be that hard. I mean, maybe I'm making it harder for myself than it needs to be. That's also possible. Yeah, there is a difficulty rating. Yep. Like, yeah, if this were part of the 6, this would need to be dark. Just jam it. What's the worst that could happen? The thing is, if I just jam it and it's not accurate, I get less bonus points for solving the puzzle. And I would rather waste more time than, like, if there was like a time to points ratio based on, you know, just doing puzzles as fast as possible, I would rather waste those points from doing puzzles slowly and get the bonus points from this puzzle. Because that's who I am as a person. Dark, dark, dark. Yeah, that's a solution. All right. I guess we'll just solve the puzzle. There's a moment that I've been referring to as drawing the rest of the owl, if you are familiar with the meme. Sometimes you just have to draw the rest of the owl, and I hate it. this is also difficult to get into. Okay, this can touch one of these four rectangles, and then needs to touch a single square. And the only way that that's possible is if it's these two. And then everything around this needs to be dark. For this 4 to get its single square, it needs to be this one. For this 4 to get its single square, it needs to be this. And then needs to be this. Which means that. Those are some numbers. All right, well, separate them all from each other. Different numbers can't touch each other. That goes there, that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. These two can't touch. These two can't touch. These two are currently not touching. Great. Okay, great. Great, love it, great. This gets exactly one of these two, but not both, because that will make it 5. So this is guaranteed dark. Actually, it could be this one also. One of these 3. So it's not guaranteed anything. No guarantees. I take it back. Exactly one of these 3. The 9. Oh, the 8 needs to find the single dot. As does the 12. The 12 needs to find a single dot too. The 8 needs 2 more domino bricks, and then the single cell. And I think the only possible way to get that is this. Because I don't see any other single cell. Yeah, there's this single cell and there's this single cell. So the 12 needs to get to here, and the 8 needs to get to here. All right, well, let's get the 8 there. And then this needs to get to the 12 without touching the 5, which is like that. So that means this is guaranteed. Which means these are guaranteed. So this is 8. So it needs 2 more. And the only way to get exactly 2 more is like that. Nice. Nice. Oh, good times. Good times. Forced me to move before it was going to interrupt my movement to give me the miracle square. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, where are the rings? Okay. I did it. I got the results from the glide rings. That's cool. I would like to be a grand master of glide rings at some point in the future. Okay, I'm going to have to super jump to get this hidden ring. Fine. Capable of doing that. Can't stop me. Where is... Here we go. Now I can turn this quest in. There is one for Wandering Echoes. Leitmotifs, Crystal Labyrinths, Sentinel Stones, and Wandering Echoes. Alright. So, let's go unlock some stuff. What am I unlocking here? I was going to go to here, unlock some logic grids. A piercing intellect. Nestled amongst the lone trees, an intricacy of pillars, a secret stumbled upon. You look across 4 islets, each a leap forward, and marvel at the arrow's point. Cool. Yeah, no, really, I agree. That was probably not worth my time, but here we are. Alright, so the plan is, at this point, to go to this enclave, see what kind of puzzles are available in this enclave, choose my Luminous quest appropriately, and then go do the Enclave. That's the plan. First and foremost, I would like to assure all of you that I remember the plan. The plan that I made not 15 minutes ago as I was walking away from the computer. Definitely remember that plan. But I want to test you and see if you remember the plan. So if somebody in chat could remind me, report the answer back to me about what the plan was. Let's see. I think it involved Luminous quests in some way. I mean, I'll give you a hint. I'm pretty sure it involved Luminous quests of some way. Unlock new areas. Oh, right. There was a puzzle. Here. Okay. No, I even have a map marker on it. Okay. Cascading Rays. We're going to do Cascading Rays. I'm going to go find out what we're doing in Cascading Rays. And then I'm going to pick an appropriate Luminous quest. And then we're going to go do Cascading Rays. The heck is that? I believe that is what is technically known as a distraction. You decided that Luminous quests are suboptimal uses of time. I don't think you're wrong. But also that's funny. Pachoom. Wait, pachoom. There we go. Man, check out that distraction. What a great distraction that is. Alright, what else is out here? There's a lot of stuff out here. Matchboxes. Things I can't engage with. God damn it. Get unlocked. Whee! Oh, man. I'm going the distance here. Oh, tiny islands. Okay, sure. I'm here for tiny island spot, probably. Alright, what are we doing here in Cascading Rays? Is it exactly logic grids and nothing else? Because I'd believe that. Solve 2 Pillars of Insight. Solve the hidden Pentad and Flow Orbs. Solve 8 logic grids. Well, I'm pretty sure logic grids weren't on the Luminous quest. Luminous thing. Quest link thing. So I guess we'll just go? Darts count opposite color cells in that direction. Oh, really? Okay. So this game does have Yagellin. That's great. That's really great. I'm waiting for, like, literal Sudoku to show up. I love this. Sure. Okay, 5. I could do 5. 5? Yep. Now 4. Oh, is it guaranteed in that order? It's just the number, right? So the 1 now is guaranteed. Which means the 4 now is guaranteed. Which means the 2 is guaranteed. Which means the 3 is guaranteed. Dart Minimax. Yup. Darts can be filled in immediately if they have 0 or have the maximum number of cells possible. Yup. 2. 1. That one. Not this one. Which means this is this one. This 3 needs a 2. This 3 needs these 2 and 1 more, but not this one. Yeah, alright. This 1. Let's see. None of these ones. The 3 and the 1. Okay, so there's 2. There's 1 here, which means this has to be 2 more. 1 here. There has to be 1 here. No information about these. There could be any number here. Well, there's exactly 1 here. One of these 2? Any restriction on which ones? No. Oh, but I can do this one, right? One of these two. So that means exactly that for sure. Which means... I'm sure that means something. Oh, that means that the 2's resolved. Because one of these two, so this has to be light. Which means this has to be dark for that 3. Which means these all have to be light for the 1. Which means this now has 2. This has 2. This only has 1 left. This has its 2. This needs this for its 2. So those are sealed off. Nice. Alright. I'm on board with darts. I can play with darts. Darts are cool. Alright, that was some 1-star darts. How do we feel about 4-star darts? Or dot. 4-dot darts. Dot darts? Whatever. Let's do the 4. There's A's and B's! Ah! Alright, so that means the A's and B's need to be separated, first off. Which means the 1 is resolved. 2 down here. Okay, so now we have to also figure out whether A or B is going up or down. Like, if A is going up, B... Can A be down and then B up? Probably. 4, that's not helpful. 2, 4, 3? Still not helpful. 2... 4 here, so 1 gap. This 2 is interesting. 1 here, 1 more here, 3 more here. And this somehow gives me additional information. So either A goes down like that and connects back to A, and B goes up and around A, or the other way around, A goes up and B goes down. One of those two must be true. Two darks here. Opposite colors specifically. So because it's in light cells, it's counting dark cells. So we do know for this A, because it needs to connect out to the other A, this one or this one must be light. One of these two must be light. Which means that in order for there to be 3 darks here, these outside ones have to be dark. And then one of these two is light and the other is dark. More puzzles capable of satiating my need for logic grid fix. We're working on it. We're definitely working on it. If I don't do enough logic grids during this stream, I'm gonna get the DTs. So it's very important that we do enough logic grids. I can probably figure out something else with the 4s as well. Maybe. I can't, unfortunately, do the same with B here. Because with only 2, it could be like 1 outside, 1 inside. Right? Definitely one of these 2 are light. But that doesn't guarantee that both of the outside are dark. Because one of the inside could still be dark. So from here, does this tell me anything about this? Only one of these can be dark and the rest must be light? Man. That actually doesn't tell me anything about which one of these is dark, though. As near as I can tell, any of them could still be dark. It's probably the middle one? It's either the one here between this set of B and A, or here between this set of B and A. Right? No. No. Neither of those are a guarantee. There's no need for those to be dark. I do know that whichever direction this A is going, down or up, the B needs to go in the other direction. So if this is light, for example, this must be light and this must be dark. Oh, okay. So we have one guaranteed light and dark in the center here for the B, which means the outside is also guaranteed to be one light, one dark. What does that mean for us? Not a whole lot. I think the 4 is guaranteed to have like 3 more, right? So of the 4 cells that are remaining, 3 of them exactly are dark. And I think they have to be the 2 center ones. Because if any of the center ones are light, let's see, if it's dark, dark, light, oh, because this is all light up here. So if A goes up, then we actually don't need, oh, yeah, in fact, it has to be one of these two being light. Because the one going up is going to use these as part of its connection chain. So we're not going to get another light one here, because there needs to be another dark one for the other pattern, right? Like if A goes up, B needs to go across, but it needs to do it from the bottom. Likewise, if B goes up, A needs to go across, but needs to do it from the bottom. So one of these two needs to be light. So these two can both be dark. Progress. Oh, so this isn't a full puzzle type unlock. This is a subtype of logic grids, which means we still have 3 more puzzle types that need to be unlocked. Oh, there's a lot of different kinds of logic grids. Jeez. Actually, isn't there a list of all the different types of logic grids? Like the encyclopedia has grid rules? Oh my god, there's so many different grid rules. Ooh, okay. Area numbers, yeah. All letters must be sorted into distinct areas. Underclued grids. Yeah, I think we've already read these descriptions, right? Other tiles must remain gray. Every connected region of the given color must have area equal to the given size. 1 symbol per area. And darts! And there's still 6, 7 more that we haven't found? Dang, that's exciting. It's exciting. There's a lot to do here. Figuring out the conventions of a new rule set is the most satisfying bit. Yeah. I definitely appreciate, like, learning how specific things must work. I usually refer to this as, like, shapes in other kinds of puzzles. It's like a given arrangement requires that things progress in a certain way. So if you have certain constraints that are shaped in this particular way, it requires a particular set of follow-ups to that, which I always find really, like, that's always exciting to me, is figuring out a new shape within a puzzle type. All right, but this still isn't guaranteed one way or the other. But we have this much. One of these two is dark. One of these two is dark. Haven't figured out whether A or B is going up, but one of them has to. Given this, B is probably going down. Although the one dark here could be this one. And the two dark here could be these two. Actually, the two dark here, this one could be dark, and B could still go up, right? Man, this is messy. One dark here, so the rest are light. Does that guarantee anything in particular? Am I required to have... Like, I don't think I'm required to have one of these two be dark. I think these three could both be... If B goes down, this one can't be light. Which would require 1, 2, 3 darks. Oh, no. Which would require exactly that one to be dark. And then light's going up here and light down there. If B goes up, then the light would have to be here. And the light would have to be here. Because this is... Oh, no, this is a bunch of lights, right? That could be 2 lights and then that way. It would require the dark be one of these two. Because they would have to be both light down here. Which I think means this has to be light regardless. Because if B goes up, this light needs to connect not through here, right? It needs to connect through here. In fact, yeah. Regardless here, given that it's going, one of them is connecting across down this bottom route, it can't connect through this middle one. So it's got to be like this. Which means if B is going down, this one needs to be dark. This one exactly needs to be dark. If B is going up, then A is going down. And both of these need to be light. So the dark needs to be one of these two. Right? This one definitely needs to be light. Does this one need to be light? Yes, because it needs to cross here. So in either situation, this one needs to be light because there's only one dark. If B is down, this one needs to be dark. If B is up, both of these need to be light. And in both of those situations, this one is light. Progress! Slowly but surely, progress is being made. One of these two needs to be dark. The other one needs to be light. This one can't be the dark one, because then neither of them... Yeah, it has to be this, like that. Which means whatever is connecting down needs to go up through here. So it has to be A, which means this has to be dark, which means this has to be light, which means this has to be dark. This has its two darks here. This one has to be dark to keep the A and the B separated. So this has its dark. This one also. So this has its dark. And this needs to be light here and then dark there. Okay. Okay. Cool. Zeros. Zeros are easy. I love zeros. Fours, ones, twos. That means the one is resolved. 4. Also 4. The one is now resolved. For this one to be resolved has to be exactly that one. I think this 4 is now resolved also. 1, 2's got to be this one and this one. Yeah. This 2 is done. This 1 is done. So that. Touch all 4 flow orbs. Presumably it's exactly one on each island. I can't get back there. Can I? Oh, with super jump I can. Maybe like this I can. And I think this distance is larger than map. It's about the same actually. But that's lower. I wonder if I can get from here between these two. Figure out the flow orbs. Yes, I can. This is a weird flow orb position, though. And then going from here that way with the flow orb up there is difficult. Oh, but from up there. Okay, now can I get back from here to that one is the next question. It's got these 2 lanterns here. So maybe it's intentional that I can? Yeah, okay. Okay. Now the question is, where do I want to start? Which of these is the most awkward? I think that one's the most awkward. But it is very clearly easy to get from one to the other if I go clockwise. All right, let's try this one. Ah. Whoop. But maybe I can just go from whichever? What is the longest distance between the 3 islands? I think the longest distance is actually this one to that orb. So maybe we start with that one. What's up, Cryptomancer? How's it going? Got my sub 19. Squares and circles, the 2 genders. Yeah, that is how this game started. All right. 4 and 4s. 4s and 3s and 3s and 4s. I think we start here. And I think these both need to be dark and this needs to be light. Because otherwise there is no way for there to be 4 here. Otherwise it's just 3 or 5. Which means these are dark. We have our 3. If this is light, we have our 4. Now we have our 4 here already. And our 3. And our 3. Nice. All right, I'm ready for another pillar. Insight me, baby. Okay, this is parity. This is odds and evens. In order for me to get 4, this has to be light. And now in order for this to be 3, it has to be this one, and not this one. 2! Okay, that's exactly this. 4 is 3 plus 1. 5 is 3 plus 2. In order for there to be 5, this must be dark, which means these must be light, which means these must be dark. You can click and drag over the top of cells you've already filled in and it won't overwrite them. Oh, that's cool. Well, this has a solution in which these two are both dark and everything else is light. So I guess I just fill in that solution? But it feels like I ought to be able to figure this out in a different way. I guess if this is my dark, then these need to both be light, which is illegal for the 4. Yeah, 2 of these need to be dark. Yeah, 2 of these need to be dark for the 4. Exactly 2 of these. So it can't be this one because that would be too many. So this needs to be light. So it needs to be exactly these 2. And then that fills this in. There we go. Forced multi-tiles. Sure, tell me more. Tiles covering multiple cells can often have their colors forced by area numbers or darts. This occurs whenever only one possibility exists to satisfy the numbered clue. Hello? Oh, we just did something. What the hell did we just do? You have awakened logic grids with darts. Okay, great. But what else just happened? That was something over here, I think? That looked like it was over here? Maybe? What are these squares? Oh, a square indicates that I've done the thing. Right, I forgot about that. Okay, I guess we gotta go back over there and check that out. Assuming that I remember where that is. Oh, okay. Multiple types of things here. I love it. I'm here for this. Alright, so the 5 does require the 2. Because otherwise the most I can get is 4. The 1 requires that this be light. The 4 has no such restrictions. This 2 now requires that this be light, because otherwise that would make 3. Now the 4 requires that this be dark. Because the most I can otherwise get is 3. What does this mean for me? What additional features is this unlocked? Alright, this 3 could still be this alone, or some number of the 3 remaining single cells. Oh, now we can determine things about this 4, this region. Like, this needs to be dark, these need to be separated. If this is light, that makes us a 5, so that's illegal. Same with this one. So now we have information about this 3, maybe? Maybe. One of these 3. One and no more of these 3. Two. We have 1, so one of these 2. 2 of these remaining 3. Ah, we have our 1 here. So these need to be like that. Which means this needs to be dark to keep the 5 and the 6 separated. The 5 gets exactly one of these as light. The 2 is fulfilled, so it's got to be this one. Which means we've got to seal off the 5. Progress. We're doing stuff. Stuff is happening. Area numbers and darts. So no additional restrictions. The dark cells don't need to be connected to each other or anything like that. One of these two is light, the other is dark. Two of these is dark, the remaining one is light. One of these is dark. One of these is dark. The 6 needs some number of more light cells, but it doesn't necessarily need to be either of these. Right? It could be all the bottom ones. It could be some of the top ones. No guarantees there. The 4 needs exactly this or exactly this. One of, but not both. If it's this one, this is dark. If it's this one, this is dark. Which means in either case, the 3 is fulfilled, and this needs to be light. One of these two is dark. 2, 3, 4. This is 5. This is 5. One of these two is dark, and the other is light. Which means we've got the 6 fulfilled from these. So this and this needs to be dark. This now has its 3 dark, so this needs to be light. Which means the 5 needs to be filled in. Which means the 4 needs this. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the light. Cool. I like these. These are fun. These are good. All right, pillar me. I am ready to get some additional insight. 1. Yeah. Don't make this pattern. Oh, okay. Again, don't make that pattern. Okay, well, that requires this up here, which means it requires this down here. I see what you mean. Bop, bop. And then don't make the pattern. Okay, well, great. The 2s can't be next to each other. So however we do this, they need to be opposite. Right? But only one in this column. So that needs to be this one. Right? Because if it's here, these both need to be light, and these both need to be dark. So this needs to be dark. Great. 0! Again, don't make this pattern. Okay, great. Love that for me. 3 is one of these two, and then dark around the edges here. And then same thing for this 3. Which means like that. So we have one of these two and this exactly, which means that. Don't make that pattern means that. And now we've got to do the same thing over here that we did in the other puzzle. This is, all of these are effectively 1s. But this can only have one dark. So if it was this one, for example, then these two would both need to be dark. So it needs to be this one. Dart pattern maximums. Avoiding patterns like dominoes or 3 in a row can heavily constrain the way that dart clues can be satisfied. In the example above, there is no other way for the top row to be filled. We learned something. I love learning. What's down here? Nothing is down here? Excuse me? How dare you? Geometry that isn't rewarding? Purposeless? Not exactly. What a weird spot for this to be hidden. Okay, great. Connect all light cells. All dark regions have area 4. All right, well, we can start with this. Whew, these are some restrictions. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This cannot be light. Well, this can be light. Hmm. 3 of these 4. Connect all light cells. We can't seal off any of the light cells. That's the important part here. This 4 actually is required to be like that. This can't be dark now, because these two can't connect, because that would make area 5. So there and here. And all light cells need to be connected. So this needs to be connected through here somehow, either around there or vertical or something. Here, likewise, that needs to be there to connect these in some manner. This needs to come out here to be connected in some manner. We have exactly one of these 3 is dark. All dark regions have area 4. That is a dark region with area 4 now. In order for this dark region to have area 4, it needs to be at least that. One of these must be dark. It could be this one, and then this dark region is area 4. Ah, the light needs to escape. So it's this one, which means this needs to be sealed off. Escape! One of these 2 must be dark, and of these 6, 4 are dark. Okay, this needs to be there. Ah. Well, explains that, doesn't it? Exactly one of these 3 is dark. The other 2 are light. This could, in theory, be all light. What we can't do is have dark in the corner, right? If this is dark, then there needs to be dark, dark in order for it to have area 4, which makes it area 5. This has to be light. Here, dark, dark, which closes off the 2 from the rest of the light cells. So this has to be light. This is unsure yet. This could still be dark. Light needs to escape. One of these 3 needs to be dark. Exactly one of these 3 needs to be dark. Exactly one of these 2 needs to be dark. And 3 of these 5 need to be dark. This needs to be dark in order to be area 4. Which means the 2 is fulfilled. Which means this needs to be dark. This needs to be light in order to escape. Still thinking about these. This could be dark or light, unclear. If this is dark, this needs to be dark. And then these 2 need to be dark. Which fully seals the light off. So this needs to be light. And now, if this were dark, then in order to get area 4, these 2 wouldn't be able to connect. So this needs to be light. which means this has to be 4 like that. Which means this has to be light, and this has to be dark. Cool. Alright. The extra geometry has proven its worth. We found a hidden puzzle. Pretty sneakily hidden, too. 1, 3, 3, 2, 3. Oh, don't make this pattern. Well, then. There is exactly one way that this works, but I don't know offhand which is the way in which this works. So these 3s here basically need to be, like, diagonal offset. Right? If this is dark, then lights. Which means this has to be dark, dark, dark. Which means this has to be dark, dark. If this is light, then this has to be dark, dark, dark. Which means these have to be lights. Which means these have to be darks. So yeah. Up here, there is exactly one way for this to do it. Which means the one from here is one of these two. So these two have to be light. Which means for this 3, one of these two, and both of these. Which means this has here, and this is lit. Okay. And now we have 2 of these and this. So this has to be this way. Which means this has to be light. Which means this has to be light. Nice. Oh, I thought this was going to go up to the top. I didn't realize the only way up was the thing. All right, that's fine. Oh. This has this thing here. No wonder there's weird geometry on this island. We'll do this first. Don't make this pattern connect all light cells. I'm in. 3 here, 3 here. 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Yikes. Yikes. Where do we start here? This is only a 2 dot? Give me that garbage. Oh, we're not making 2 squares next to each other. That's, so this is in fact only a 2 dot. I agree now. Now that I have looked at the rules, I suddenly agree. And any dark square needs to be surrounded with light squares. I previously was not sure, but now I agree. All right. This needs to escape. This needs to escape. This needs to escape. Looking good. One of these 2. Oh, no, no, no. It's got here. So this is effectively a 1 for these remaining 3. That's fine. This is a 1 for the remaining 4. The 2 and the 2 here, not conclusive. Whew. Do we have any guarantees for how this is going down through one of these 2? One of these 2 needs to extend. But I don't think we have a guarantee on which one. Here, it's either 1 and 1, 1 and 1, or 1 and 1, because they can't be next to each other. What does that tell me? Not a whole lot here. Needs to be light. Dark, dark. Light, light, light. That's fine. Dark, dark. Light, light. Up there. That's fine. Probably. Light up. Is this required to be light, actually? Like, if this is light, that would make this dark. Light. If this is light, what does that tell me about this too? Nothing. If this is light, that tells me one of these two is dark and this has to be dark. So if this is dark, this is light. This is dark, this is light. Ooh. If this is dark, then this is light necessarily. Which means because of this too, this is dark necessarily. Which means this is light necessarily. Which means this can't be satisfied. So this has to be light. Which means this is dark. That's a start. Man, for this to be a 2 dot, I must be missing something egregious here. Because I am doing a lot of thinking around corners in order to figure out some of this stuff. And it feels like this should be more obvious here. Like, this should be... there should be an easier in than whatever I am doing here. Dark, dark, dark. If this is dark, we got lights here, so dark, dark. Dark? Dark? Can these be dark? Can this be dark? Then this needs to go through here. It's probably fine. You remember thinking this was not a 2-dot puzzle as well? Fair enough. All right. All right. Maybe it's just mislabeled. Or poorly labeled. Blech. At least this game isn't eating my function keys, unlike the Bazaar. Slops to the Bazaar for eating my global function keys. Alright, what if this is dark? Then we have light, light. Dark, dark. What if this is dark? Ah, if this is dark, then the light here needs to escape up. If this is dark, this needs to be light anyway. Which means this always needs to be light, which means these two always need to be dark. Light needs to escape. Light needs to escape. You need a dark. And now this light needs to escape here. Alright, good progress. Light needs to escape. These two of these need to be dark, which needs to be exactly those. Light needs to escape. This can't be dark. This can't be dark. Now these need to escape here. So this is already dark. So this needs to be light. And this needs to escape. Whew. Yeah, that was kind of difficult to put together. In the end, it feels kind of patterny because of the arrangement. But it was kind of rough to assemble. Interesting. Alright. Lore? Eloi, the Scholar. I have gazed at the fracture from many places across these lands, but it looks the same from everywhere I have stood. It must be incredibly far away and unfathomably large. Alright, let's solve the, this thing. Let's find hidden relics. You're a hidden relics. Nothing else up here unless they're up. Hidden relics are always resting on something, right? Or like attached to something. They're never just free floating. He said with misplaced conviction. All right, let's check all those. Let's start at the bottom and check the hidden paths. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. All right, that feels like the rest of this is covered. Aha. No, wait. I found that one already. Okay. We die! Carry on, Seeker. Uh-oh. Oh, good. I was actually a little worried there, but it turns out they thought of that one. All right, so in the trees, maybe? It does not appear to be. Maybe in one of these trees. Literally right in front of my face. The I'm stuck option in the main menu is not for when you're stuck on a puzzle. Yes. Yes. No, that seems very clear in retrospect. All right, I'll take a 4. Let's see what we can do with a 4. Connect all dark cells and connect all light cells. Oh my. Okay, okay. The 1 and the 1 here overlap. So these are all light, which means this is dark. The 4 and the 1 here overlap. So that means there needs to be 3 here, like that. The 2 is resolved. You know, one place where there's a literal hole in the geometry and you can get physically inside an island? Wow. Okay, this game could have used a little more QA. That's cool, though. Let's see. This 4. If this is dark, then it needs to come out here. Yeah? Unclear if this is dark. I don't know if this needs to be dark. But 3 here means at worst these 2. So at least one of these 3. And if any of these 3, then it must be this and this. Because dark needs to escape. Only one of these 2? That's concerning. Only one of these two as well. Two more here and three more here. How are we on connect all the light cells? So this dark needs to go off in one direction or another. Unclear which. In order to connect to the rest of the dark. Either around the three here or through here. One of these three is guaranteed light. Because this needs to connect to something. Likewise here, right? This needs to connect to something else. This needs to connect to something else. This needs to connect to something else. This 2 is not a lot of information. Could be these three, and then these two are both light. If one of these two is dark, that probably connects here. Can't the black, like, snake up on the side? Yes, but it doesn't need to snake up on both sides. It needs to snake up on at least one. Could be both, but at least one. Which means I have to figure out which side. I can't just have it snake up both. Because while it is guaranteed that it must snake up one of them, the dart square, yeah, the light cells with the darts on them are still light cells. Oh, so actually dart can't snake up this way. Like, there could be some dark cells over here, but it can't go all the way around this 4. Right? For dark to connect to dark, it needs to come up this side. Because this 4 can't be surrounded by dark. So it actually can't snake up this side. And then whatever is going on here, there might be more dark cells out here. But this needs to connect over here in some way. Now, there could be more dark cells going around here, but there could also be more light cells going around here. One of these two is dark. I guess it could be dark here, right? And then just connect down. These three could connect. And that would be some easy connects. One of these three needs to be light. Any of these three could be light. That wouldn't be hard. But at least one of them needs to be light. We need 2 more darks out here. We need 1 more dark between these two. Three of these 5. 2 of these 5. They could both be in here. Like, the 3 could all be in here. The 4 could just be here, right? And then it's dark down. Okay, if this is dark, I think this is the most restrictive, right? If this is dark, because then you have to go down here to connect, and then this has to be light up to here, which means that these darks can't connect there, so they have to go around this way, which is illegal because only one of these two can be dark. Dark can't connect through here. So if this is light, the dark can't connect through here, and the dark can't connect through here. So this has to be dark. And I think the same thing goes here, right? If this is light, the dark can't connect through here, and it can't connect through there, so this has to be dark. Which means if this is dark, this has to be light down to here, which means this dark is sealed off, so this can't be dark. Now, these could all be dark at this point, right? Because it's all connected, so that's fine. This dark needs to either go down or up. Either is fine, it just can't be both, because this needs to connect to one of these other situations. Oh, it can't go up because that would be 2 darks here. And only one of these can be dark. So it has to go down. Which means this is fully satisfied. Now this needs to go up here. And now additional problems. So these light cells up here all need to connect over to here. There needs to be a lot of light around up here. If this is dark... Oh, one of these needs to be dark, actually. Right? And if it's this one, then it needs to go up and around and connect through here. Because this is the only place that connects to the rest of the mass. Which would seal off all of this, right? If this dark went up and around. No, because this could connect light down. No, yeah, because this is all dark here. So up and around here would leave all of these cut off. So this can't be the dark cell. This has to be the dark cell. Now this needs to go up here. And this needs to go up here. These two need to go up. So one of these two need to be light. At least one of these two. But at this point, what's stopping me from just dark, dark, and everything else is light? Draw the owl? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think nothing. which bothers me a little bit. I want there to be like more connections to draw for the end of this. But yeah, it seems like I just press the button. But that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Because, oh, no. Okay. If there's any dark over here, this would need to be dark. If there's any dark over here, this would need to be dark. to connect it to the rest of the dark here, right? It would need to go down through here. And if the dark connects around here, this white is sealed off from that white. So none of these can be dark, which means both of these have to be dark. And now the white needs to connect. And now the dark needs to not be separated. Whew. Overlapping darts. Yep. If a dart lies on the path of another dart and points in the same direction, you can deduce the number of light and dark cells in the space between them by subtracting the two numbers. In some cases, you can immediately color all cells in the gap. Most of these constraints are horizontal. Yeah, the big thing at the end was you need to not generate pockets. So just everything left was light. I solved 8 logic grids. Sweet. All right, let's solve the last pillar of insight and see if there's anything left. Connect all dark cells. Well, okay, if you say so. One here, and one here, and connect all dark cells. All right. 2, and connect all dark cells, which is 2, okay. And connect all dark cells, and then that's 2, and then dark. Dark here, connect all dark cells, which means dark here. Only one of these two can be dark, and it can't be just this one, so... I think I have to draw the rest of the owl. I think it has to be like ... right? Because they have to connect. So they have to connect through here. But it's another one of those, like, I hate having the solution fully formed in my head and then just drawing the solution out. Because I wanna make each piece make sense. But it's just gotta be this. Two still available. Well, this is one of them. 2 and 3. So 2 here, and one of these two. Connect all dark cells. Ah. Well, okay. So at least one of these two. One here, so at least one of these two. So this has to be light. There were at least 2 solutions related to the snaking of dark cells up the left by the 4 or through the middle for the 3. You can't snake them past the 4 because it would leave the 4 sealed off from the rest of the light cells. Because if they snake up the left side past the 4, that 4 is in its own pocket of dark cells. Assuming we're talking about the same thing. All right. If one of these, then at least one of these. And if one of these, then at least one of these. So, same deal here. Which means this has to be dark. And assuming both pockets need to be connected, these need to be the darks. So like that. And this just continues the whole way down. Chose the up by the 4 solution, propose those being light and instead fill the middle with dark. All right, let's take a look at it. So you're proposing If the 3 adjacent... Okay, so if this were light, then we'd have dark in the middle instead. The problem with dark in the middle is that it requires a connection here. Like, if this were dark, it needed to connect through these 3. Right? Needed to connect down around here. Which means this needed to go here. And then this dark would need to find some other way to connect to the main mass. Right? These darks here would be separated from the darks underneath. Are we talking about the same thing? I don't know if we're talking about the same thing. Last bit I mentioned was yet unfilled when you were filling the middle. Yeah, the problem with filling the middle with dark is it generates a pocket of white here, and then that white needs to move up, and that moving up separates these 2 masses of dark from each other. And they can't connect through here because this is only a 1. So it would have to connect around this side, which means snaking around the 4 completely and separating the 4 from the rest of the light. All right. One more hidden jerk around here. I think I found him. I think this is the jerk. It's a star! Oh, I'm so in. Okay, great. Yeah, let's figure this out. Don't make squares. Connect all dark cells. Don't make squares. The star. So the difficulty ranges from 1 to 5 dots, and then moves from dots to stars. So 1 star is a higher difficulty than 5 dots. And then it goes all the way up to 5 stars as well. So you can think of 1 star as 6 dots. So a 6. Yes, exactly. All right. So this restriction, I think, heavily affects what we can do with the 5 and the 3. Yeah, we haven't seen anything higher than stars yet. But we have found a 5-star. And that was fun once I got over myself. The ones have to be next to each other? Not necessarily. Like, if the one was here and the other one was here... Oh, yeah, they do have to be next to each other. That's a really good point, Cookies and Cream. They do have to be next to each other because the darks need to connect from the top mass to the bottom mass. And if they're separated, there's no way through. Smart. And in fact, they can't be both on the edges either, right? Well, they could be on this edge. No, they can't be on this edge either. Because this 3 and this 2 means there's not enough room to go up. So it's got to be in the 4s. Either 1, 2 here or 1, 2 here. So that you can go up and down from there in order to connect both masses. So this is required. Cool, cool. Good catch. I was really focused on the 5s and 3s, but this is a much better place to start. So looking at the 5 and 3, I wanna make sure that this is sort of formalized in my head before I move on to anything else that might or might not work. The 3 essentially needs to be all separated. Although if the 5 is like 5, then it could be these 2 together and like this one or something. Is there a world in which for example, Oh, 3 of these remaining. Okay, that's also interesting. Here, the 3s. Um, could we, for example, have these 2 be dark, right? And then we could go like light, dark, and then the rest of these would be dark. And then one of these is dark. Oh, we still have to have one of these 2 be dark and one of these 2 be dark, right? Guaranteed one of these 2 at minimum. But that means that I can't have like dark here and then these 5 dark and then light on both of these because I can't separate the 3 like that. I can't separate the cell. Cells need to connect. Yeah, there's going to be a 4 in the row for one of the 4 darts. Not sure which one, but one of them is 4 in a row. Yes, I agree. Not sure which one yet, but one of them is 4 in a row. Which means light on the other side. Ooh, so that guarantees one of these 2 is light. So I can do dark on the other sides. Yeah. I see where you're going, Cookies and Cream. Same here, right? One of these 2 has to be light. One of these 2 has to be light? No, not necessarily. One of the edges has to be light because one of them has to be 4 in a row with a light. But if this one is 4 in a row, for example, then this one has to be the other 4, right? Which actually means we're guaranteed dark both of these. Because one of them has to be 4 in a row, but then these 2 are light. So the other one has to be the other 4. So both of the 4s have to be dark like this. I think we're drawing an Amogus, maybe. So now we can probably get some information based on the 2s and the 3s on the top in terms of how stuff needs to be filled in at the bottom. Because, like, we can't have both of these be light, for example, right? Same here. We can't have both of these be light. Because that would block off these dark cells. So at most, one of these 2 is light. Oh, and they can't both be dark. Yeah, exactly one of these 2 is light, and exactly one of these 2 is light. And oh, there's only one allowed light down here, which means of these 2, one of them is light and one of them is dark. Same down here. Of these 2, one of them is light and one of them is dark, which means the edges have to both be light, which resolves that 3. Lucky. And now one of these 2 has to be dark. So this has to be the light one, and this has to be the dark one. Which means this has to be dark and this has to be light. Sweet. So now we have one dark up here, one dark up here, and one dark up here. And then one of these 2 is dark. So one of these 2, and then one of these 3. Meanwhile, this one is 2 of these 3. And I can't make a square. If hold, if dark here, necessarily light here. Which means necessarily dark here in order for this to connect, right? So if this is dark, this also has to be dark. Which means light's the rest of the way, and then dark, dark, and that works, actually. Dark, dark, lights. Yeah? What if dark, dark... If these two are dark, then this has to be dark. No, none. You can't have two dark here, right? So if this is dark, then we have to have these two be dark. And then both of these are light. We kind of have the owl, but I don't like it. I don't like it. So I'm not going to do it. If this is dark, we know one of these must be dark. So that's the 3 resolved. So this has to be light. Which means dark, dark in order to get the darks to connect. And if all 3 of these are dark, then both of these have to be light, which is illegal. So this can't be dark. This has to be light. This has to be dark. So this has to be dark, which means this is resolved, which means this has to be dark. And one of these two, so this has to be light. And this has to connect, so that has to be dark. Oh, in fact, we know that has to be dark because we've already done it down here. Nice. Not exactly an Amogus, but solid attempts. We did it. We 100% completed this area. I feel good about that. You. What are you? Why are you sealed off? Grumble, grumble. Quest for perfection. All-seeing monolith. Alright, so I feel like something opened up here. I feel like this was the place where something opened up. But I could be wrong about where a thing opened up. I just know that there was a spot with a bunch of, like, a bunch of circles on the ground. And it looked like it could have been this area, but also it could have been not this area. The thing is, like, from the way it showed me, it wasn't apparent what zone that thing was in. So I don't know if it was a place that I've seen. I guess if it's a place that I've seen, I don't mind the reminder. Nearby now. Okay, I'll take that. Apparently I've got 5 of 5 hidden relics found. Lucky. Hang on. Gonna get distracted for a hot second. Really? Why do I have 5 of 5 hidden relics found? What is going on here? Who did I poke that, like, caused this occurrence? Seems like a bug. It does seem like a bug. But that means that there must be, like, a hidden relic thing near here that I got too close to, and it, you know, did a thing. Ah, here it is. Okay. So what does this reveal? Is this lore? From the gate, follow the river to a bridge. From the bridge, follow the cliff to a rift. Oh, I'm just taking a screenshot of this. So we have hidden puzzle solutions? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love this. I love this. I love everything about this. From the bridge, follow the cliff to a rift. Take it skyward, land atop the closest temple. and fly to the closest roof again after that. Solve the puzzle as if all dark regions had size 3. Is that an echo of time? Is that a mystery? A mystery. Yo, we found a mystery! Alright, cool. Oh, there's a lot of mysteries. I think we're trying to get to dual Luminous quests, despite Luminous quests being the proverbial waste of time. And I still haven't unlocked Shifting Mosaics, so I don't care about that. But eventually I will care about that. Okay. Dance of the Fireflies, please erase my 5 of 5 hidden mysteries. Hidden relics, thank you. Oh, there's a dude. How do I get upstairs? Probably super jump. Nope, there's stairs. I'll take the stairs. Damn it! Still 5 of 5. Oh, there's a lot of dudes. The upper floor. The center of minds. Okay. Complete the pattern. Eh? Alright. So, that seems like we need to make these dots the same way here. Presumably it's symmetric across this diagonal line. So like that, and then that, and then here, and then here. And then this needs to make like a full thing the same way, like that. Like that. And then also this is a dot. And then everything else is light. Cool. Okay, this hidden relics thing is not going away. Which means something must be done. This is the thing that must be done. I'm afraid we'll have a bunch of load time to go through again. But, it's better than the alternative. Man, there's so much game in this game. I'm so excited. There's just so much to do. This game is very cool. Like a surprisingly large amount of things to do. Alright, here we go. Things are better now. I'm gonna take a quest, though. Can't stop me. I don't like any of these quests. All these quests are dumb. We'll probably handle some Crystal Labyrinths at some point, I guess. Can try and find leitmotifs in places. Sentinel Stones are really difficult to resolve. I'll leave that one alone. Wandering Echoes are not that hard to resolve. We'll go find some Wandering Echoes eventually. But for now, we're going upstairs. Complete the pattern. Alright, well, I mean, the pattern looks like just a bunch of lines spiraling into the center. So, like, these two here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then a dot, and then 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then a dot, and then everything else is light. Nice. Yeah, flood fill here is very helpful. I certainly appreciate the flood fill. Uh-oh. This is a little harder to assemble. I guess this is part of the H here. Is this all filled in, do you think? Like this line going through here. Like this is vertical here. Two, three. 3, 3. Here goes up to here. Does that go all the way down? No. It must stop here. Must it? I don't think it must, actually. I think this has to go up, because all of these go up. I think this has to go up all the way. I don't actually think that. This looks like it's doing this, maybe? Well, I actually really don't know. Oh, this goes up, up, down. So yeah, this goes up, up. That's not the same pattern, though. That's all different. This one's difficult. This one's difficult. I mean, this probably connects. So this probably connects down also. It's weird that it doesn't match here, right? That these things don't match what's going on up there. And these across kind of match. Like if this matches here and this matches there. And then this, I guess, matches that. Or this matches that. This is a 3 like that, so that needs to be sealed off. So this goes... Ah, this goes here then. And the rest is light, I think. Unless this goes up to here, which it might. Yeah, it could be like that. That makes sense to me. Cool. Oh. Messy. Okay. Continue making pluses. Five, 5, 5. 5, 5, 5, 5. Great. Oh, it's not a pattern grid. I'm surprised to have learned that. Okay. Escape. Don't touch. Escape. Don't touch. Get sealed. Escape. Don't touch. Escape. Don't touch. Escape. 7. Don't touch. Oh, that's not right. Something has gone horribly wrong. This doesn't need to escape like that. This does need to go up here, so this is correct. But this doesn't need to go any further. So this is correct. Which means that. Which means that. Don't touch. 7. That's 8. Can't touch there. So there. Alright, escape. Don't touch. 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, 14. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Great. Ones! I love ones. The twos can't touch each other. And we can't make a square. Can't make a square, eh? Alright, no squares. Twos can't touch each other. This can't touch that. 4. This looks familiar for some reason. Couldn't tell you why. These can't touch. Kind of nails that, doesn't it? That goes out. These can't touch. And this needs to be light. Connect all dark cells, exactly one symbol per light area. And regions. Connect all dark cells, okay. Five and 4 can't touch. Also don't make squares. Ah, also don't make squares. Don't make squares. 2, 3, 5, 6. Don't make squares. No squares. Squares not welcome. Get out of here, square likers. No squares for you. Exactly one symbol per light area. Sure. Nailed it. God, there's a lot of puzzles up here. A and B, and then C needs to be isolated from A and B. Ah, this one. Crap. Misclicks. Misclicks forever. 2. Love that for you. This could still be dark if I wanted it to. If this was dark, this 5 would need to seal off the B, so this has to be light. And then these are light and these are dark. Yep. Solve them all? Heck yeah, I'll solve them all. Can't stop me. I'm a puzzle fiend. Connect all dark cells. Okay. These have to connect? This does have to connect there, because dark cells. Yep, because dark cells. Because dark cells. Also because dark cells. Which means that at least. Might be this one, might not. That requires that. That's the 3. The 3 is already resolved. This definite, this guaranteed. And then 2 of these remaining 3. This goes up here, which means that requires that. Unclear about this one. Could go either way. this requires this, which means those. So now this has to connect here. There we go. Okay, well, let's separate those out. Connect all dark cells. All right. We got a plan. Those two can't touch. Let's see. This has to touch this somehow, and it cannot go around the A. So it has to connect here, minimum. There we go. These can't touch. This has to escape. This has to escape. Continue the escaping. Can I just draw the rest of the owl? If this goes here, that connects, this connects. And then we have dark going everywhere else. Yep. Okay, letters. We're handling letters. In this thread, we are handling letters. E. No other rules besides letters? Ugly. A can't get out here, so A has to get in from here. Can't go in there. Has to go like that. Be separated from C. Be separated from B. Be separated from D. Be separated. Continue to be separated. There is another D here. There are no more A's, so this can probably be sealed off. There's also no more B's, so this can probably be sealed off. This can go right to get to the C. Because it can't go through E's here, so it has to go right. Oh, it also has to go left. Okay. We could do both. We could do both. It's fine, probably. There we go. D does need to escape here. There we go. Good. Good. Great. Great. Good. Great. Good. Great. Great and good. I hate these letter puzzles. I am unsure whether I hate these letter puzzles. They require a different problem-solving method that I don't like compared to other problem-solving methods. if you don't mind, this doesn't actually need to go up. This does, so they need to be separated. Skill issue? Yeah, probably. Can't touch. Can't touch, can't touch, can't touch. Escape. Escape, can't touch. Can't touch there. Wait a minute. Something has gone wrong. Something has gone wrong. Escape. Escape, can't touch. Escape. Escape, escape, can't touch, escape. Escape, can't touch. Escape. 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 What am I doing wrong here? E doesn't need to escape. E can just be stuck there. That's fine. That's the problem. Cool. Cool. Making it happen. The corners! Oh, they got me. They got me. Alright. Escape. Escape. Can't touch. Can't touch here. Huh. There we go. Okay, okay, okay. It's coming together. It's coming together. This can touch, but that can't. Those can't. Yeah. Ugh. Jeez, these puzzles. Skill issue. I guess so. They're different. I don't like change. Connect all dark cells, don't make a square. Okay. This has to go up here. Continue to engage in square denial. Don't make 4 in a row. Okay. Hang on. This does need to go out, right? Yeah, okay. D doesn't need to touch anything else. But A, B, and C do need to touch other things. Yes? Yes. Yes. Okay. Connect all dark cells, don't make a square. Alright, don't make a square. Don't make a square, don't make a square, don't make a square. Don't make a square, don't make a square. Don't make a square. Connect all dark cells. Don't make a square. No squares. No squares. Connect. No squares. Connect. No squares. These cannot both be dark. But one of them can be dark. This one must be dark. So now this has to escape this way. Don't make a square. I think don't make a square requires that we go across the bottom and then up the middle. And then light, light. Right, like if this is dark here, then this is light. Which means to get to here, they have to go through these two, which is illegal. So this has to be light, which means this has to be dark. Dark, dark. Don't make a square. Alright, fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Connect all dark cells, connect all light cells, don't make a square. Don't make a dark square. Alright. Continue with the dark square denial. Here also. Connect all light cells, so light needs to go up through here. Light needs to come out through here. Light needs to come out through here. Light needs to come through here as well. What's wrong with making the rest of this dark? Light? Oh, because the dark cells need to connect to each other. The dark cells also need to connect. I see. I see. And we need to connect light through here. So like this. There we go. Connect lights. Square denial. Connect lights. Lights need to continue to connect through here. Only one of these two can be dark. I guess it could be... No, it can't be through here, so it has to be through here. Nice. Solved all 16 puzzle boxes! Give me that Mirabiris. Alright, now what am I doing? We do need to unlock the phase in the melody at some point. So maybe we can head in that direction. And if we spot any wandering echoes, the Ophidian Pillar. Wow. There's so many things. There's so many things that I haven't done. I could just go do any of these things if I thought that somehow I was going to not get distracted by infinite puzzles on the way. If I thought by some miracle I could actually keep my focus and make it to any possible objective. For the record, that's unlikely. It does look like I have mastery points for something. Yo, a level? Silken Flare. Neat. Could leave fire behind me. Probably. I don't know what's silken about it, but maybe I'll find out. Ever. I want to get the dual luminous quests. Alright, yeah, let's continue moving forward in Autumn Falls to the best of my ability. Actually, do I want to pursue the mystery? Kind of do want to pursue the mystery. Assuming I can find this area. Follow the river to a bridge. It's not a very good picture of the river. Or the gate, rather. I mean, I guess it's the best picture I'm going to get. It's probably a better picture than the one it gave me beforehand, actually. Alright, so if we ever spot a river going through this kind of thing, that's a thing that we have to pay attention to. I don't know where that would be, There's a whole giant world out here. And any individual piece of it. I guess we need to find a place where there's rivers. So if I look at the map, I can just be like, oh, there's no rivers around here. So this doesn't matter. This is the place that has rivers. I guess there's rivers in Autumn Falls also. Autumn Falls has a lot of falls. But, like, I should go hanging out near some rivers and see if that turns into anything. That is a very thin river and a lot of infrastructure around it. It could be that, actually. Monolith, huh? I wonder if I can spot the things from here. God, that extends so far out. Yes, I can actually grab them from here. That's wild. Also, those are some stars. All right. Progress delayed. Stars have been discovered. Damn it! Lucent Waters! You son of a... This game hates me. The hell is Lucent Waters? Is that Area 4? Wait, no. That's the area I'm in. I'm in Lucent Waters. What do I have to do? Shattered Library. Alright. New plan. Show me a Shattered Library. Here. New plan on top of the other new plans. Shattered Library. I'm going to need to be more up than here. How did I get up here before? Presumably it was super jumps. Alright, well, I'll just super jump again, I guess. It's a thing I have the ability to do. What's up, hidden guy? Alright, let's actually do a walk through here. Maybe there'll be something interesting on the way. Like whatever's going on here. Vaulted Heights in Serene Deluge. Deluge. There's a lot of different kinds of puzzles here. But I can do this one? Well, that is a particularly unique pattern. All right, all dark regions have Area 5. Great. All light regions have Area 5. Fascinating. This is not a lot to go with. This is not a lot to go with. All right. So if I go dark here, then this has to be light. If I go light here, this has to be dark and is illegal. So this has to be dark. So this has to be light. All light regions also have Area 5. Okay, so that has to go out. This can't connect to make a 5 here. Because then this would have to be dark. And that would be a dark region with no Area 5. Without Area 5. So that's got to be dark. That needs to go up to here. which means this can't be dark. It needs to be light in order to prevent the pattern, the forbidden pattern. Now this has to be here, which makes a 5, so seal it off. Now these can't connect, so this has to be here, seal it off. And we have currently successfully avoided making the forbidden pattern. This needs to escape, this needs to escape, this needs to escape, this needs to escape. One of these two, if it's this, will make the forbidden pattern, so it's got to be this. Seal it. Escape. Whew, what a mess. Distractions avoided? No, the distraction... I didn't avoid a distraction is the problem. The distraction turned into 2 distractions. Alright, let's see. You're talking about the hidden ring I said hello to? Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, okay. I'll accept that. Let's see. If this is light... Or dark. If this is dark, these both can't be light. I would need to go dark, dark. That feels doable. Yeah, pluses are safe. Full pluses are safe. I just can't make 3 in a row that's an edge. Like, I can't go... Okay, one of these 2 needs to be dark, at the very least. Both can, but one must. We can't go dark, dark. We can't go dark, dark. So we can get 1 and 1. In fact, I think that guarantees the plus, because we can't go up through here or through here. And there's exactly 5 if we don't go beyond those, so it has to be like this, and then sealed off. Cool. Let's see, if this connects, that would be a 5, so I'd need to seal it off, and that would be illegal. So this can't connect. Which means this has to be... has to contain this one, and then one of these 2. This has to go up. This connects to 5, this connects to 5, this connects to 5. This makes a 4, and then that makes a real 5 that is separate from the other things. If I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this has to be sealed off. 1, 2, 3, 4 bad news. So this has to be dark. You can have a hole. You mean this? This isn't a gray. This doesn't need to be filled in. This cannot be filled in. If this, then the only way to get 5 is this. And if this 5, then this can't get 5. So this has to be dark. Which means this is dark. Which means this can't be dark. Which means seal the rest of this off. This makes a 5 like that. That means this is a 5. This connects out. One of these 2, so that means that. If this, that's a 3 edge, which makes a 3 edge here, which illegal. So this, seal it off. These can't connect. And this is the forbidden shape must be sealed off that way. This requires this, which means we're done. Wild. Go team. There's a lot of random logic blocks out here of a variety of types. Oh boy. Wow. I like this area. What are you? Reflections in the sky. This is like logic grid haven? Like all of the logic grids? All of the different types of logic grids hanging out in harmony with each other? Especially the kinds that I haven't unlocked yet? Let's go unlock some, and then we'll come back here and do more. That sounds like a good time. But also you. Oh, this is my marker. Okay. Yeah, let's go wake up some logic grids. Whee! Thunk. Shattered library. Small certainties. Alright. What are we doing here? Tiles remaining to... Oh, it's underclued. Okay. Yeah. Was underclued not revealed for some reason? Do we not have, like, data about underclued things? For some reason? Like, is that not a real thing? Why would that not be a real thing? It's an underclued leitmotif? This game. Now that I look at it, it says find 3 underclued leitmotifs. Okay. Understandable. Underclued leitmotifs exist. But I was not... I was not emotionally prepared for that to be an underclued leitmotif. Alright. Connect all dark cells, connect all light cells. Well, that's all we can do. Connect all light cells. Again, that's all we can do. Connect all dark cells. Yep, they have to connect through here in some way. Bottlenecks! Tell me about bottlenecks. If 2 tiles have only one possible path that connect them, then that path must be taken. Pay close attention to spot bottlenecks that are disconnected from the tiles themselves. Whee! Underclued leitmotifs. Unbelievable. Okay. Bottlenecks. I've heard about bottlenecks. There's so many of these. Connect all dark cells. Alright, that requires this and requires this. Connect all dark cells and all light cells. Alright, well, for light cells to connect, they need to go like this. And what does that mean for anything else? Oh, what does that mean for anything else? Oh, these now can't be dark because they're blocked off. They're a pocket, so they need to be light. This is blocking the light motif. Okay, wait. We gotta get up here. We gotta do this. Oh, I see that. Okay. So it's here. Wild. What a setup. All right, there's 12 of them. Great. Connect all dark cells. Okay, well, you have a bottleneck here. This has to come out to here. And then this is another bottleneck. Complete the chain of bottleneck logic grids. I've done it. All right, solve 15. Sure. Underclude. Okay. 13 tiles remaining. All right, well, it's got to come out this way. Hang on. Don't make... Oh, no, yeah, okay. Connect all dark cells. Must be connected through here. Wait, is this even possible? To connect all dark cells without making that pattern? Oh, there's no dark cells down here. There's no dark cells down here. I missed that there wasn't a dark cell in this. Okay, yes. Yes, everything is fine. Well, you'll have to bear with me. I'm getting kind of punchy, apparently. Alright, what do you have for me? Don't make a square. Oh, this is just a real puzzle. Connect all the dark cells, don't make a square. Wow. It's not underclued at all. It's appropriately clued. I don't know how you could have expected that situation. Connect all light cells. Okay. So just don't take any of the dead ends? It's an actual maze. It's an actual maze. That's wild. Some light motifs over here that may or may not be underclued. And there's like the bigger light motif there that's like... Wait, no, that cleared it up somehow. I guess that was part of it. Okay, great. Ah! Wanted to be up here. Yes. Wow. Great. Tiles remaining 22. Don't make 2 squares in a row. Okay. Wait, area regions, area numbers, and don't make a pattern. We can fill in more of this? It's wild to me. Okay. We can, actually. Because if a dark cannot be adjacent to another dark ever, then you have to break up horizontal lines. Like, this 5 literally has to be a plus. Like, what if it connected here, right? Then you have 2 edges, both of which have to be broken up in some way. And you only have 1 more dot to break them up. So neither of these 2 can be light. Yeah, so then, given that, you have to do this. And this edge has to be broken up, so it has to be like that. And then it has to be sealed off. And then these have to be sealed off. Wow. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot from not very much. That's very cool. Obli the First. I wake, caught within the folds of two realms. Contorted by the whims of gravity, I am stretched and compressed, heavy and weightless. A moment drowns in eternity, an hour gasps in an instant. I fall away from a shattered sky, dragged down by the living ground beneath me. I have memories that never happened, of a place I have never been. I sleep. Alright, that was both ominous and vague? Should I complete a Pillar of Insight? I guess I should probably complete a Pillar of Insight. It's on the list of things to do, so I suppose I might as well do it. Underclued grid, don't make 3 in a row. Okay. So don't make 3 in a row. That seals off the area. And then don't make 3 in a row. Don't make this pattern. Okay. So I can't go left or right from here, because that would necessitate making this pattern to seal off the 3. So we have to do that. And then we can't make 3 in a row. Okay, neat. Don't make a square. Yeah, so the same deal. You have to avoid edges. So this is about avoiding necessary edges for things, right? So we can't have the 2s be vertical adjacent to it. So you got to mark that and that. This is cool. This is a cool insight. Don't make a square. All right, so that and that again, because you can't. Yeah. Edges. Don't make a T. Okay, well. Yep. These need to be separated for sure. Again, oh, this needs to be sealed off completely. Don't make a T, so this needs to be light. So this can't talk. If this connects, we make a T. So it can't connect. So this needs to be blocked. This needs to go out here. This can't connect. So this needs to be here. So seal that off. And there's one more thing we can do here? Interesting. What is the one more thing we can do here? If I mark this as light, the edge here requires making a T. So this can't be light. Neat. Bonus objective. Complete all the pillars. I mean, that was always the plan. Alright, well, that happens. Connect all dark cells, so that happens. And then don't make a square. Yeah, okay. So region numbers are the only thing. The one remaining tile that we don't actually have confirmation one way or the other. All right, cool. So still underclued, but very heavily clued otherwise. But technically underclued. Don't make 2 squares in a row. Okay, so this necessarily... Wait, what? How? What possible shape results in never putting 2 black squares next to each other? It can't be a vertical line. It can't be a corner. There's no other arrangement of threes. This isn't only underclued, it's impossible. Hold. In what world does this make sense? Um... Oh! 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 It's a corner. It's a corner. It's a corner. There is in fact a shape that is legal, and it's exactly this shape. And then they can't do the thing. Ah, yeah. It can be a corner in the corner. That's allowed. Okay, sure. If you're not allowed to make the edge in an appropriate way, you can still make the edge against an edge. Ooh, I'm revealing another mystery. Heck yeah. Love mysteries. I have awakened logic grids with underclued grids. Oh, so they existed in enclaves beforehand, and I could solve them in enclaves beforehand. But in the outer world, they need to be awakened before I can play with them. Okay. Sure, that checks out. That seems consistent. Solve as much of this puzzle as possible, but not the whole puzzle. Oh. Okay, so because of the presence of the 5 and 3, the 4 is restricted in where it can go, right? It can go out to this tile, and this tile. And it can't go anywhere else because they're all adjacent to the other things, so it's got to be like that. Which means the rest of it can be sealed off. Connect all dark cells. You got it, buddy. Man, I am still reeling from underclued leitmotifs. Connect all dark cells, sure. I like the question mark. Yeah, I figured it would take me coming out to here before I would realize that I missed a puzzle on the previous Sky Island. Or Skyland. Exactly one symbol per light area, okay? Disconnected. And I think there are two legal configurations, which is this 4 going like this. Because if you take any other shape for the 4, it seals off too much territory from the other 4. So you have to make Z's, or inverse Z's with both of them, which means these are guaranteed. Neat. Anything else I missed? Now that I am looking at it from this vantage? Not immediately. What you got for me? Area numbers. Okay. Your brain isn't good for these underclued. Yeah, it's interesting for sure. It's interesting for sure. 9 tiles remaining? Really? Off of just this? That's interesting. I guess if this is sealed off here, right? If this is a 3 horizontally, then you have to put dark around it to seal off the 3. And that would break this restriction. So this needs to be dark. So this has to go down here. And then regardless of what its next tile is, this has to be dark. And then one of these two is light. The other is dark, which means this is also completed from one of these two. So this can be sealed off. And in fact, it has to be this way. Because of the dark tile up here. Cool. Alright, give me more insights. What am I supposed to be learning here? Region numbers, sure. Okay, these has to be disconnected. This is already resolved, so we gotta do that. And then this is resolved, so we gotta seal that off. 2s! Can't be here, can't be here. Can't be here. Must be here. Now this is resolved. Great. Yeah, same deal as before. So we have light and dark here. We don't know which direction it goes. But that means that this is resolved by one of these two. So the other edges need to be blocked off. I like this. I like this. I have any guarantees here? Yes. It's the same as before. Regardless of the way this goes, the rest of it has to be blocked off. Which means it has to go either up or to the right. And then same here. Don't overload with the outline. If an area number is almost complete, see if you can rule out possibilities by checking if the outline would violate other rules of the puzzle. In this example, the 2 cannot expand to the right, because outlining the region would overload the 3. Yep. Yeah, so if the 3 goes up here, the 2's overloaded. So that can't be a connector. If the 3 goes down here, the 2 is again overloaded. So that can't be a connector. And if the 2 goes left here, the 3 is overloaded. So the 2 has to go down. Neat. Whoa. Numbers. Suddenly numbers. Also, just solve it. This one isn't underclued. This one is appropriately clued. Oh. Oh, I see. Three all the way to the left is illegal. But this is legal. Where do I start this? I mean, I know the inside I just saw. So there's some restrictions that can be immediately placed. But, like, which ones? Oh, I guess the 2 can't go to here, right? Because that would overload the 3 on that outline. So this has to be light. These could both be dark, and then the 3 is here. That seems conceivable. But this 2 can't connect to the light one now, so that's got to be sealed off. Which means this can't be here, and this can't connect. So this has to be here. And this has to be here. Ah, nice. Actually solving puzzles. Who knew? Cool. Underclued. Either of these could connect. If it connects this way, it would actually break this 4. So it has to be this one. And then this can't connect up. Aha! What do you think that connects to? From above? Maybe? Sure, let's try going up. Five dots. That's a lot of dots. Ah! Wow, where do you see the rest of that? Maybe from over here? Oh, stars. Maybe from over here? You can't see anything from over here. Ah, there it is. Ah! Almost ate it. Here. Sneaky. Where's the dot? The dot is part of the underclued part. Yikes. Big yikes. Tiles remaining 4. Okay, it can't be any of these because that would break the 3, right? So these all have to be light. Oh. That's the that's the end of the puzzle. That's as much as you're supposed to fill in. Well then, all right. Be that way. You know, there's a lot of these like lines here to indicate leitmotifs that have already been resolved. It's odd. And it's got to be one of the middle ones. So everything on the outside is dark. Oh, not the corners. Whoops. All right, fine. Try that again. Six? I could do 6 out of this? Wild. What do we know about this 3? This 3 can't extend left or right at all? And can't extend up. Do we know that? Well, we know that none of these can be where the 4 goes. Is this legal? No. If this, yeah, so it has to be here. There we go. Started off in the wrong place. Ah, come on, get me to the thing. Get me to the 5. Okay, yeah, that's better. I agree. 2! Okay, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oop. If it was this, that would break the 2. If it was this, that would break the 2. So, that much. Now it has to be this one specifically. Yep, great. Ready for the star? I'm ready for the star. Let's go straight into it. Hello, Mr. Star. Connect all dark cells. 3, 2, 3. So one of these 2 connects. I feel like we should be able to determine more about this 5 here. Ah, this has to escape. This being a 5 is a little weird. I feel like I am doing something wrong here. Let's just connect. There's no restrictions here on the 5s and the 4s, like being adjacent to each other there. Like, or diagonally adjacent, rather. One of these 2 must. And then at that point, it could be 1, 2, or 3, or the other one here for the remaining 5. I guess there are some restrictions here, right? Like, it can't be this and then this, for example. In fact, this cannot be involved in the 5. If this was involved in the 5, then you get one of these 2 for the other, and this would have to be dark. So this has to be dark to start with. Which means this has to be dark. Symbol ownership. All right. It is sometimes helpful to note when an area without a symbol must be connected to an area with a symbol. In the example above, the 4 must connect to the cell up and left of it, so a portion of the region's border can be deduced. Nice. Oh. There's one there? Aha. No! Death. Hope I am dead. Tread lightly, little one. Who do you call him little? Just because you're a capital G god doesn't mean you get to call me names. Maybe it's stretched out, so I need to be closer to it. Yeah, there we go. Three remaining tiles. Really? If 2, that's fine. If 2, 4, 6. Okay, so it has to be here. What have you got for me? Oh boy. $15, huh? All right. So we have to have B in the center. Yep. Yeah, I think this is the core conceit of these puzzles that you need to understand in order to solve them logically. And for whatever reason, I can't turn this insight into something practical, which is why I hate trying to solve these puzzles. Like, I think the puzzles are fun if you're not trying to be explicitly logical about them, but I hate trying to apply the logic of these puzzles to these puzzles. God, these lightning are... Whoa. Oh, what about this one? Can I get that from up here? Yo, level up? Tell me more. Always willing to hear more about how I have leveled up. I still can't get dual luminous quests. I don't care. Did level 28 unlock something? I think level 28 unlocked... No, this was already unlocked. This was unlocked by level 27. I don't think level 28 unlocked anything. Alright, well, still waiting to get 6k. This is difficult. Maybe from here? The way that this is cut off... Maybe it's cut off because you're supposed to do it from here or something? It's just turned around. Maybe it's cut off because you're supposed to do it from above here? Yeah, this is starting to be a thing. Ooh, Trixie. Wow, what a weird pattern. This has to go out to here or here. That actually doesn't restrict much. Ah, it means this. Which means the 5 has to go out to here. Which means those are separated and the 4 goes out to there. And that's it! You did it! It's the good part of the puzzle. It's the part at the beginning where there's like a couple of really obvious clues to get you started, and then you don't have to look for anything more. Oh, I just have to solve this? Connect all dark cells. How dare you? Alright, fine. I guess I'll just, you know, solve a puzzle, I suppose. Fascinating. So this 5 is pretty heavily restricted in where it can go, right? It can go here. It can't go here. Or here. Or here or here. So it's got this plus shape here available. And this. And then out to here and out that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is doable. So this one isn't guaranteed part of the 5? This feels... Just from, like, how involved this first step is, this feels like it's star level difficulty. This doesn't feel like a 4 dot. There is exactly one arrangement of the 5 that doesn't involve this tile. If I take that arrangement of the 5, the 3s are sealed off. So this has to be part of the 5. In fact, if I take either of these tiles as part of the 5, it seals the 3s off. So these 2 are potentially part of the 5. We usually have 4, which means this needs to be also part of the 5. That needs to be sealed off. Dark cells must escape. Yeah, can't take this one. Can't take this one. Which means I have to take this one exactly. Dark cells continue to must escape. That's dark now, because one of these 2 is part of the 3. This could be here, or it could be here and then one of these 2. This is the connecting point for the dark cells. The dark cells have to go through here, so that has to be dark. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Must connect. Must connect and leave room. Neat. Wow, I'm not used to having to solve the whole puzzle. That's a lot more work than I was expecting. Again with making me solve the whole puzzle? How dare they? I need a marker for these. I want to be able to press a button and, like, draw on the screen. This is starting to become witness level of, like, I want to be able to draw on the screen. Alright, so the 3s seal these off. The 6 cannot touch either of these 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can get up to 4 this way. Which means this has to be light. To start, if this 5 goes left, up or down runs into the 3 or the 6. So it has to go this way. That's sealed off. The 3 goes up. It has to go right. But the 3 could just go left. This is sealed off. Because of the 2, right? One of these 2, so that seals it. I am in overtime? Alright, well, we'll finish this puzzle and then call for the night. That needs to be separated. So now, this 6 is even more restricted. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is required. And this is required. And dark cells need to be connected. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's as much as we can do there. This 3 and the 2 can't touch, so that's that. 3's there. This 4 can go 1, 2, 3, 4. So no guarantee that it needs to go out in either direction. This 5. 2. This is 3 here, so it needs 2 more tiles. That could be these 2. Could be these 2. Or it could even get a third, right? 1, 2, 3. This isn't necessarily sealed off yet. I don't think. Connect all dark cells. There's not enough light cells to actually restrict a bottleneck here, right? This isn't necessarily our dark bottleneck. This could go here. Wait, can this go here? Can this connect downwards? If this connects downwards, what happens? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Guaranteed that is part of the 5. This 4 goes up. This comes down here. This comes out here. That seems legal. Alright, what if this is part of the 5? What if this is a light? If this is light, no, this can't be light. This is escaping this way. It has to go there. So that does seal that off. Which means the 5 is, in fact, a little bit more limited. The 5 could, in theory, be both of these, but then it must go out this way, which means those 2 can't talk. Gotta be dark. That's gotta be dark. This has to be dark there. 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're right. I sure am in overtime. All right, well, we'll have to finish up the Shattered Library later. Definitely more Shattered Library to complete, as well as a million more Islands of Insight to play. So I am very happy about this game. Oh, man. This game has been an absolute delight. This game has been such a ride. I'm very excited to play more of it at some point in the future. But that will be at some point in the future.